is leveraging the power and capacity of women, youth, and children in delivery of water and environment services. So today, you're going to see a lot of women, you're going to see a lot of youth, you're going to see a lot of children, but all the discussions will be centered around that. So the agenda for the day will run as follows. We shall have a prayer. We shall then have a short video. Thereafter, we shall have a keynote speech, then a panel discussion, and then we shall all have an opportunity to have discussions and feedback from you. So I'd like us to start off with a word of prayer, and I'd like to call upon my sister Margaret Karuhanga to give us a word of prayer. Thank you.
Let's humble ourselves for a prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for this beautiful morning. We thank you so much for your mercies that are new each and every day. We call upon you to come and be in our midst. We pray that you may bless us throughout this day. Send forth your Holy Spirit to come and be upon us, and may the day be fruitful. Lord, you tell us when we ask, we receive, when we seek, we find, and when we knock, the door is opened unto us. We believe that all we've asked in your name shall be granted unto us. In Jesus' name we have prayed.
I now request the IT team to play the video. Thank you so much, Karuhanga, for the wonderful prayer.
Their daily lives are lived in intimate relationship with nature.
Okay, so today we are beginning the conversation of having the women, the youth and children sit at the table to hold the discussions and make decisions. So allow me to invite our moderators for the day. We have two very wonderful people that are going to lead the discussions this morning. We have someone very special to me, Madame Jane Nabunya Mulumba. She's my mentor, and she's also the country director of IRC. So please join me to welcome her here. She will be joined by the Chief Youth, Edwin Muhumuza, later on, but we can also clap for him in absentia as he comes. So let us enjoy the discussions and have a nice morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Annette Nantongo. And thank you for always recognizing me. I don't take that for granted. I'm humbled. Today is our last day, and we are here to leverage the power and capacity of women, youth, and children in delivery of water and environment services. So, as mentioned in the video, we begin the conversation around women, children, and youth and their engagement and participation in water and environment service delivery. We will have shortly a keynote speaker. So we'll have a keynote, and then this will be followed by, I hope, a very good discussion by our panelists who came in quite early, so thank you very much for braving the rain, as well as our keynote speaker who is in the house. So we'll go straight into the keynote, receive the keynote, and thereafter get into the panel. Our keynote speaker is Ms. Jacinta Nekesa, who is the Executive Director of Environmental Alert. But also, Environmental Alert is the one institution that hosts the Environment and Natural Resources CSO network. Madam Jacinta, you can be walking up as I inform our esteemed participants here and online about who you are. Jacinta holds a Master of Science degree in Water and Environmental Management, a Master of Arts degree in Sociology, and a Bachelor of Arts degree in Social Sciences, both from Makerere University. She has attended several professional trainings, well-grounded in leadership, in evaluation, in monitoring, and in organizational development. Before joining Environmental Alert, Jacinta Nekesa worked with Athena Infonomics, an international consultancy firm. Before that, he was in WaterAid, was in SNV, the Netherlands Development Organization, Plan International Uganda, and Soroti Catholic Diocese Integrated Development Organization, SOCADIDO. And I know, I've known Jacinta for some time, so sometimes I don't know where to stop and start from, but I also know Jacinta has supported the Rotary Club, especially my Rotary Club, to develop good proposals on water sanitation and hygiene. Madam Jacinta Nekesa, you're most welcome. And you have the floor. You'll be using some slides, I suppose. Team, you're good? The team is waiting for you. Madam Jacinta, you have between 25 and 30 minutes. If you can make it shorter, then that will be great. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. The participants who are both in here and also online. Thank you, Madam Jane, for that introduction. I'm just going to share with you a few slides this morning about how we have engaged the youth and women in water and environment programs as one way of sharing information, knowledge, experience, but also for us to be able to interact and learn from each other. Maybe this is the way we do it as environmental art, and probably someone else is also doing it in another way. So in terms of my presentation, I will briefly look at some statistics on youth, women, and children in Uganda. I'll briefly mention some few of the challenges that this category of people face. I'll look at some of the opportunities to engage them in the sector. I will also look at some approaches that we have used as environmental art to engage the youth, women, and children. What are the benefits? And then I'll conclude. But before I look at the statistics, Jane has introduced me and said I work with environmental art. She said we coordinate the ENR CSO network. But besides the ENR CSO network, environmental art also coordinates another small country platform called Prolinova. Prolinova is promoting local innovations in agriculture. The other network we coordinate is the Uganda Forestry Working Group. We also coordinate the Renewable Energy CSO network. And most recently, the ministry approached us, the Ministry of Water and Environment, and requested us to coordinate the Running Out of Trees campaign. In brief, it's called Roots. So all of these are hosted at Environmental Art as a secretariat. And in case you're interested in joining any of them as a member, please approach us and we'll give you the details of how to join. Now moving on to some statistics. Some statistics on youth and women. We had our census, which was done by UBOS, by the Bureau of Statistics, sometime in 2024. And as you see up there, those are the figures. We are close to 45, almost 46 million Ugandans. Out of these, 51% of these are females. When you look at this population, the working age population is about 56.7%. The unemployment rate at national level is 12.6%. The youth who are not employed, of that population not employed, the youth constitutes 12.6% who are not unemployed, who are unemployed. But the youth who are not in employment, education, and training are 50.9%. The youth population aged 18 to 30 is about 23.5%. So you are talking about a big population of Ugandans who are youth. And the literacy rate among the youth is about 81.6%. That photo you see there is just showing how one of the engagements we had with the students and teachers during the celebration of the National Tree Planting Day last year, somewhere in Jinja, trying to green their school. Many city schools have been put in place by government, but when you go to these schools, they are bare. So we were trying to green that school last year in October. So what are some of the youth challenges or challenges facing the youth? I've just pointed out only about 3. They are numerous, they have several. But one is that they lack a platform as youth and women to engage on issues that affect them, such as water, environment, and climate change. So they are scattered. It's not so easy to get them together. So you find that the youth, women, and children are not well organized. When you find a category of people organized in groups, such as women groups or youth groups, then it becomes easy to engage with them. But also the other challenge is that there's limited involvement of youth, women, and children in decision-making processes. 2 or 3 days ago, one of the youth was telling us in this same room that they want to feel engaged, involved in these processes right from planning, implementing programs, monitoring, and evaluation, but not just to be consulted. I think what we do now is more of consultation. Bring them in a room like this, they sign our attendance sheets, and we say, yes, we have engaged the youth. How can we move just beyond consultation, beyond them signing our attendance sheets, so that they become part and parcel of water and environment management processes? So in terms of opportunities for engaging the youth and women and children, one way we could do so is through employment opportunities, or what we call green jobs. For some of us who were here yesterday, there was a great discussion around green jobs by the ED of NEMA. He explained to us what we mean by these green jobs. Sorry, I wasn't moving the slides. He explained to us what is meant by green jobs, and this is an opportunity for the youth to be employed. For the water and environment sector specifically, they could be employed, for example, as borehole maintenance and pump mechanics. They could also participate in managing small-scale kiosks that sell water. They could be engaged in sanitation marketing, so that they're able to participate in the construction of latrines for household and institutions. They could also be involved in marketing hygiene products, such as soap and others. We could involve them in waste management services, the circular economy. Again, for those who were here yesterday, there was a lot of discussion around the circular economy and what we mean. And I just gave here some few examples: plastic recycling, fecal sludge management, waste to energy solutions. The other one, we could engage the youth and women and children, is in the green economy, like planting of trees, forest restoration, climate smart agriculture, nature-based solutions like beekeeping, ecotourism, and others. Now, in terms of education skills and innovation, there are also water and environment-related careers at university level, technical institutes, Yesterday we had the youth graduating who have been mentored over a period of time. The previous day we also had graduation for the interns that have gone through the ministry in partnership with other organizations. All these are opportunities to engage the youth. And that picture you see, environmental art, we're engaging with the youth from Makerere University Business School, and they had come to our office to learn from us. And before they left, we made sure we gave them some seedlings to go and plant trees so that they become our ambassadors. So encouraging young people to be innovators. They could, for example, ensure that they are participating in climate smart agriculture, and also ensuring that they put in place or construct smart irrigation systems, plastic recycling businesses, and so on. In terms of access to funding to support youth and women, there are many programs and donors that have come up targeting the youth. We have Government of Uganda livelihood programs. We have grants from NGOs and other donors, even for environmental projects. So, in terms of approaches, of engaging the youth, one of them, we've used virtual exchanges and events. So we get the youth from here in Uganda and we organize engagements. These engagements can be in a room like this, here at national level, but also we have organized online engagements between the youth here in Uganda and the youth in what we call the Global North, using digital technology for these online engagements. So they're able to meet each other, they're able to exchange information, they're able to learn from each other, especially on the issues of the environment and issues of climate change. We have also organized face-to-face dialogues at national level, but also at the decentralized level involving youth and women, especially youth from higher institutions of learning like Makerere, like Chambogo, and other universities. We have been deliberate in our programs to target women and youth. If we have a livelihoods program, for example, we are working in Kasesa and in Toroko, we deliberately ensure that our work targets women groups and youth groups to be able to benefit from these programs. We have also organized capacity building programs targeting youth and women. We have invited subject specialists to be able to talk to these young people and women, but also we organize experience sharing and learning visits. So what are some of the benefits of engaging the youth and women? One of them, it's more sustainable to ensure that this category of people are engaged in water and environment services through innovation, but also technical skills. Of course, when we engage them, there are better educational outcomes, since children, youth, and women become change agents. There's economic empowerment and job creation, for example, through green jobs. There's also stronger climate resilience building, including against climate shocks. Of course, when we engage them, there will be progress towards gender equality and social inclusion. There is improved governance and accountability. There will be innovation and technology advancement. And of course, ultimately, environmental protection and sustainability of ecosystems. So in conclusion, I'm encouraging all of us in the room, those who are listening to me online, that we need to engage the youth and women and children in water and the environmental sector in the country, because it brings socio-economic and environmental and governance benefits, thus contributing to the achievement of Uganda's tenfold growth strategy. So let's embrace it. Let us strengthen and support women-led and youth-led organizations, networks, and groups so as to cooperate with them to be able to change the world, but specifically to change Uganda. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Jacinta. Another real nice one for Jacinta. And thank you for being brief, but very, very, very clear. I think for me, one very key takeaway is to be deliberately or intentionally targeting youth and children. Not doing it as a by the way, but being intentional. When you are intentional, then you think through, you get the right approaches, you get the right activities, and you prevent youth and children and women just attending and signing sheets. And then counting the numbers that my workshop had 10 youth, 5 women. So thank you very much, Jacinta. We'll take only 2 quick questions. If you have any quick question to Jacinta, we'll only take 2 in the interest of time. Here in the room and online, you let me know online. We are feeling so cold, eh? Okay, if we don't have, that's fine, but probably they'll come in when we get to the panel. We are getting into the panel, so I will call my co-moderator, but before that, I'd like to recognize the presence of our Permanent Secretary, Dr. Alfred Okoto-Kidi. Thank you for joining us this morning. Our Assistant Commissioners that have come in, we recognize you all. Thank you very much for joining us. And the ED of UWASNet, thank you for joining us. Mr. Edwin, I think I'd like to hand over to you. As we get into the panel, and as my co-moderator walks up to join me, I'd like to request our panelists to please start walking up here. We have online, just to check with the team, whether Dr. Judith Marina Story from the Global Water Partnership is online. Please let us know. We have Dr. Aramanzani Madanda, a Senior Gender Technical Advisor with CARE International. You're most welcome. We have Honorable Winfred Masiko Komuhangi, the National Program Coordinator, Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program. You're most welcome. Please join us up here. Mr. Ochero Dickens from Youth Go Green. You're welcome. And Mr. Martin Ameu, the Deputy Food and Agriculture Organization Representative Uganda. If you are in, please let us know. And if you're online, also let us know. Edwin will take us through probably more introduction of the panelists. So Edwin, you're most welcome.
Thank you so much. Can we give her a very big applause? Thank you so much, Madam Jane. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Edwin Muhumza. I'm privileged also to chair the youth subcommittee of the Uganda Water and Environment Week, but also the team leader to Youth Go Green. Our dear PS, thank you so much for being part of this engagement this morning. And the chairperson of NOC, Dr. Karist. And our dear guests, thank you so much. So far, you've really been very committed to this process from Monday up to today. We must appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also very privileged to be moderating this session on following a very critical theme, sub-theme, leveraging the power and capacity of women, youth and children in delivery of water and environment services. And I'm very, very, very happy to be part of this engagement, especially where you are talking about young people. My whole heart comes to this. As someone who has really been championing the young people's agenda, but also building their capacity and supporting their innovations, we are really excited as young people of this country to be involved. I've just returned from opening the youth debates, the grand finale. As the overseer of that process, the youth debates, I'm really happy that the young people have been critically and intentionally involved. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to, my fellow moderator has already mentioned about this. He has called the participants or the panelists, but I think we have one remaining panelist who is the representative of the Permanent Secretary Ministry of Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. And we are privileged to have Ms. Lydia Nabirio, who is the Assistant Commissioner, Equity and Rights in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. I've been privileged to have worked with the Ministry of Gender, coordinating the Green Jobs program. So can we put an applause? Okay, let's give her a very big applause. Thank you so much, Assistant Commissioner Lydia Nabirio. I think our panel is fully constituted. I'm very well aware that Dr. Judith Mariana, she has a very unique name, story from the Global Water Partnership was online. I want to confirm that. No, someone says no from communications. So we'll be missing her on this panel. Maybe in case she joins us later on, we'll be happy to proceed. But so far so good. In terms of gender balancing, I think it's very okay. We are very sensitive. I see 2 gentlemen and 2 ladies. I think this is very, very intentional. And thank you so much, the team that organized and constituted this. Quickly, I think I may not go into the introduction of everyone's profile. Okay. Who and who? Okay. So let me do a quick check for all our panelists. One, I want to be sure that Dr. Aramanzan Madanda, Senior Gender Technical Advisor at Care International, is here. Can we? Very good. Thank you, Doctor, for joining us. Can I also do a quick roll call on Honorable Winifred Masiko Komuhanji, our National Program Coordinator for the Women Entrepreneurship Program, is in the house. She is also the thematic lead on gender and climate under the UNFCCC processes on behalf of the country. We appreciate you, Honorable Winnie, for being for doing that process. Then let me also do a cross-check if Mr. Ochero Dickens is here from Youth Go Green. Yes, thank you very much. I want also to be sure that Mr. Martin Ameo, Deputy FAO representative, is in the building, but I've been informed he's online. Could he be online? Come. Okay, maybe they will, but they are mute. I'm told they are mute. Can you please, someone should reach out. Someone should reach out to make sure that they unmute and follow the proceedings of this engagement. Okay. So there are two people who expect online, Dr. Judith from the Global Water Partnership and also the Deputy FAO representative to Uganda. So kindly reach out and they unmute and we proceed with this process. Okay. Quickly, I will have to let our dear panelists do a round of introduction. I may not, if I read you have very heavy profiles here, but when I go into your profiles word by word, probably we may take some bit of time. But to make sure we save on the time, I will have you get an opportunity to introduce yourselves, and then we get into the next phase of the session. So I will start right away from that extreme end, and then come to this side. Just quick round of an introduction, what you do, where you do it from, and what do you think about this engagement this morning. Don't go beyond that. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Ramanzani Madanda. I work for CARE International as a senior technical advisor on gender, or the gender lead. And I think I'm excited to be here. I'll do the talking when the discussion starts. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Let's have our next panelist.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, PS. I'm called Winfred Masiko. They've already introduced me. I work with Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development as the National Program Coordinator for the joint program of Youth Livelihood and Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program. And at the same time, I'm associated with this ministry because I'm the Gender and Climate Change focal point to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and a chair of the Gender and Climate Change thematic group in this ministry.
Good. Thank you so much, Honorable Winnie. Next to you.
Hello. Good morning. Praise the Lord.
Amen.
God is good.
All the time.
And all the time.
God is good.
Even though the weather was not good, but it's still good. All right, then I had to bring some vibe because I'm a youth in the house because people are too cold. By the name's Dickens Ochero. I work with Youth Go Green. I'm the founder of the environmental dialogue that we host it every Wednesday on UCTV, that's Uganda Catholic Television. I'm the first founder of that conversation because of the passion about environment. And also I serve under the Youth Serve Committee of Ministry of Water and Environment. That's it all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's have our next.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lydia Navirio, Assistant Commissioner for Equity and Rights in the Department of Equity and Rights, Directorate of Social Protection, Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development. Here to represent the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development. But I'm also a member of the Gender and Equity Budgeting Task Force at the national level. We are the team that ensures that all the ministries' programs are ensuring that their programs are gender and equity responsive. So the theme that we are discussing today is dear to my heart, but also the core of the job for which I'm employed by government to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Media team, can we confirm if is anyone online already? Not yet, but I just maybe want to introduce quickly. She will join us online, but we have Dr. Judith Mariana Story, who works with the Global Water Partnership. And Dr. Judith is a senior advisor for climate and vulnerability focus for the Africa Water Investment Program. She supports the Global Water Partnership and its partners in advisory, analytical, knowledge management, and livelihood resilience. So hopefully she will be joining us online, but that is her quick profile. But also we expect to have the Deputy Food and Agriculture Assistant Representative to Uganda, Mr. Martin Emeo. Emeo works with FAO in Uganda, and he leads the program development and management. So maybe he will also be joining us as we proceed. And ladies and gentlemen, allow us to begin this session. And for you, the participants, along the journey of this session, we will expect to have a Q&A session. And please concentrate, focus, and follow. This is a very important theme, so that you are able to give you a chance to get into this process. Let me have an opportunity to begin with Dr. Ramanzan, who is a senior gender technical advisor, and quickly would want to hear from you, especially what you do in your role as a gender expert, and then we will come back with you with another question. So let us know what you exactly do in your role and whether it is relevant to the sub-theme of this morning. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, moderator. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a gender lead at Care International, so I lead the integration of gender across the entire programs of Care International in Uganda, but as well, provide the technical leadership, developing the models. Maybe for our interest here, one of the programs we have is on what we call it Resilient Futures, which is about issues of climate, issues of environment. I'm directly involved in integrating gender currently in a program on land restoration in about over 30 districts in Uganda, but I also support generally, but also working on issues of integrating gender in the institution, making sure that the human resource, the financing, the budgeting, and all these other aspects respond to gender aspects. So basically my role is gender at that institution, and part of the work I do touches what we are doing here directly and beyond.
Doctor, of course, looking at the sub-theme of this conversation, leveraging the power of women and youth, would like to hear from you, especially on how women and youth can be better mobilized to strengthen community resilience to climate impacts on water and ecosystems.
First of all, I think to put this a little bit in context, when you look at women, youth, and children in Uganda, you're talking about population percentage of between 70 and 80%. So we are talking about the majority. So those of us who could be out there, outside that bracket of women, youth, and children, we are about 30% or less. So we're talking about mobilizing a critical group that if you don't work with, you will definitely fail or be set up to for failure. Now we have at CARE very extensive experience in terms of mobilization and working with different groups of youth, of women, of children, and allow me to draw on some of that experience. And the first, if you want to be effective in mobilizing these groups, I think I would put it this way: find women, find youth, find children where they are. So where are they? You know, they are, women are among the most organized group. They belong to some group somewhere. You hardly find a woman who is not in any group. Youth also have, you know, youth groups, youth councils, socio-economic empowerment groups. They are in schools, they are in many of these areas. So find them there and support them to stay together and organize and work together. One of the most resilient ways that we've seen, which keeps women and especially actors together, is if they're in some form of savings or economic livelihood arrangement, like the village savings and loans associations, the circles, because those keep bring them together for a reason. So you can, at CARE we use a term called, you can integrate. You can integrate your services, you can ride over these, you know, arrangements, help the groups to function better, to be able to coordinate, to be able to develop governance, and this way you'll be mobilizing them, you'll be working together with them. But of course also there are other areas which are very critical, and in Uganda I think there are already efforts here by government, support their livelihood, support the, you know, provide resources, because as we know, some of the limitations of these groups is inadequate access and control over resources, financial resources. So find a way of supporting, maybe with some seed resources, but also working on the capacity of the individuals, of the people there, of the women and the youth to be able to tap into the available resources and use those. So it's not always about giving. The other aspect would be around capacity enhancement. You may know how to live as you, but you may not know how to live with others, for example. So build some of the skills, some of the confidence that will enable the youth, the women, and the children that we are targeting to work together, to be able to coordinate, to network, but also have what we term agency, to have the capacity to express themselves. And that would help in the mobilization. And maybe one other thing I shouldn't leave out is the issue of partnership. You know, be willing and be ready to work with others, work with the government, work with all these structures that we have, the programs that we have, civil society organizations, private sector. For instance, in civil society now, I think the colleagues who are here and maybe online know that there is now this shrinking financial space globally. So private sector can step in, private foundations can be good supporters in enabling participation and enablement of these youth, women, and children.
And Doctor, you mentioned about young people access to finance. And you did highlight about the capacity enhancement, especially how these young people can control resources. It's one thing to have resources, but it's the other managing the resources. And you as an expert in this process, how do you think the young people, the young innovators, can be able to control their resources? I know a lot has been happening that, you know, young people are very careless. You give them something, they don't retain it, they don't control it well. And that's where we have seen some of these young youth-led organizations at least don't make it their 5th birthday. And what do you think would be very critical, especially in capacity enhancement or capacity building, to enable these young people control and manage their resources to have an impact in the initiatives they do?
Maybe let me draw from the some examples that we have in the field in terms of helping young people to access, but also save and invest and manage resources. Usually the assumption is that, you know, young people may be, may not be very careful. Yes, maybe some may, but in some situations we have seen areas where we have worked with young people. They start small youth savings, loans association, they are able to raise some money, they invest. In one situation, we have an experience of working with the young people, for instance, who are able to invest and produce uniforms that they then sell to the rest of the school, and they are able to raise money and support themselves. So with the support, with the structures, with the collective working, training, mentorship, some of the young people can be able to master the way of managing their resources. And of course, when you talk about youth, you're talking about people almost up to the age of 30.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure you have so many examples of youth who are doing well in financial areas by age 30. So the story is not a doomsday story only. There are also successful stories, and there are models that can be used to do that. In fact, it's not always true that once youth, especially those in school, have resources, they will not study. Actually, if you tweak that very well, there are very good examples of where youth who have succeeded with managing resources and also advancing.
Yeah, so I see, of course, we are running out of time, but you spoke about young people saving and all that. And I also want to come to Honorable Winnie. As a gender expert, women expert, you coordinated a program for WEP. Maybe tell us what is happening quickly with the women's support, and whether you have realized some bit of success on the WEP program.
Thank you very much, Edwin. And as I had already stated, I am the National Program Coordinator for the Youth Livelihood and Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program. And we've been targeting women in groups, especially those from very low levels who are not able to have collateral to go into banks, and they work together in groups. And we do that for both the youth and the women. And I think just quickly to share the experience we've seen in the field out there, the women work well in groups, and they tend to, it is more like a gender responsive approach, because giving money to individual women, you will risk having, promoting even GBV. But when they are working in groups, that money tends to be more protected, and they get time to come together and discuss. So it has really been working very well. However, Edwin, now that we're talking about the youth, if you compare with the Youth Livelihood Program, we've had challenges, especially in recovery. These are monies of government that are revolving. They give to women and youth groups to recover, and then it goes on to another team. But the issue, the challenge we've seen with the youth groups, they tend not to stay together. They tend to disintegrate quite fast, and their level of recovery is quite low compared to that one of women. So there's need for hand-holding youth groups much more than the women groups.
It is important to understand some of the policy and governance aspects, and I have a question for you in terms of understanding what policy and governance changes are most needed to unlock women and youth power in especially delivering water and environment resources.
Yeah, I think in delivering water and environment services to the people, it is very important, if you're going to look at the youth and the women, you need to ensure inclusive governance. It is very important that there is a deliberate effort to ensure meaningful representation of the youth and women on committees like water user committees, to make sure that they are there, to make sure that at least you are in the governance structure, they participate in decision making. As we had this morning, it's very important that they participate so that they are part and parcel of the whole process. And also it is very important to integrate gender and youth consideration in water and environment policies, plans and budgets right from the beginning, and also establish clear indicators to track the involvement of youth and women, not just to know the numbers, but to track right from the design to the implementation and the monitoring side, and also to make sure that there is access to deliberate access to some water and environment finance. I think it is important to have dedicated, like government has looked at youth livelihood, women entrepreneurship, but also in the environment sector and water sector, to make sure that there is a deliberate window that can support, or finance that can support the women and youth activities, so that they can move at a stronger pace, but also to also promote the partnerships with the private sector, with the donors, and so that the youth are also able to access, and the women are also able to access those facilities. And also maybe also on the issue of data for monitoring, there's need to have proper data to know the gender and age disaggregated data, so that that data can inform decisions when water and environment projects are being generated. They need to be generated against the data that has been captured. So it's very important for any program to start to make sure that at least they have that access.
Very good. And of course, we appreciate you on that submission. Members, I'm happy to know that we have some members online, and I would want to say that I've given the chance to the two here physically, but can I also go online and then have, I think we have Mr. Martin from FAO. Is he online? Very good. Mr. Martin, you're most welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning, and we are privileged to have you on the panel with a theme that you are very much aware. Now, we just have a question for you. As a government, as a country representative to Uganda, how can governments, NGOs and private sector, including the donor community, partners, coordinate to scale successful women and youth-led models in delivering water and environment services? Feel free to unmute and you speak to us. Can you hear us, Mr. Martin? You can unmute. I see you're still muted. Yeah, okay. We see you're still muted. Someone should coordinate with him. As he comes to us, I also happy to inform you that Dr. Marianne already sent her presentation recording the responses to the question. So, Mr. Martin, can you hear us now? Hello. Hello. Can you hear us? During COVID time, this technology was working very well. But now that we no longer have COVID, I don't know why things are not working properly. Hello, Martin, can you hear us? Hello? Hello, Martin? Okay. Can we request that when you give me a thumbs up, what does that mean? Does it mean that we are good to go? We can proceed with this panel? Okay. Because FAO is a critical partner, so we wouldn't want to miss him. Hello? But media, I see this thing. What does this mean? Ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed with this panel. First, mute him. When the team prepares themselves, we'll be happy to come back, isn't it? Yes, so let's come to the Gen Z. the young people, Mr. Ochero Dickens, young people have been mentored, have been trained. This country has set up very many vocational institutions. It is very, very intentional when it comes to skilling its young population. And please tell us how vocational training and apprenticeship programs can be designed to attract and retain young people into water and environment professions.
Okay, thank you, the moderator, for that question. I speak from the perspective of the youth who have moved all over this country from east to west, south to north, and I've interacted with a number of youth from both vocational schools, universities, and we have, as Youth Go Green, we have over a database of over 2 million youth all over the country that we have reached out to. And according to, in line with the question, there is one thing that you should know. It's very easy to attract the young people, and it's very hard to retain them. That's what you should know that. And why is it very hard to retain these young people? You know that these are people who are very ambitious. These are young people who wants to achieve a 10-goal strategy or a 30-year strategy that maybe Mr. Joseph Epito has worked for 30 years, and they want to achieve it within 1 year. These are people who are just leave university and they want to, after university, get a job, get married, drive an expensive car, a Mercedes-Benz, which he doesn't know how long as maybe Mrs. Jacinta has taken for her to get that Mercedes-Benz. So, and as a youth, what are the procedures or what are the ways that we could get these youth and retain them? We know that the statistics in Uganda says that the population of Uganda, mostly 75% are the youth. And you see that in Africa, we see that Africa has over 60% of these youth who are active and very ambitious. And they are very energetic. That's why we have been blaming Ugandan's education system and the curriculum, and we call it a new curriculum. If you look at things, you go down, maybe you ask your children who are students in those schools, there's nothing like new curriculum. It's just the change of word or the narrative. I've interacted with most of these students, whereby you ask them when they give them project work. Like you find that a student is writing something which is really outside of what the teacher even needs, and this teacher even doesn't know that this student is right or wrong. For instance, you find that a teacher of a literature is teaching a student of waste management. And when you look at this waste management that the teacher has given the procedure, it's very wrong. Because I got this, there are over 2 students whom I interacted, I saw what they are doing. And I asked that what's really the linkage? Have they taken your teacher for some refresher courses? Maybe to take them through those environmental courses. They get to understand. But you find that these teachers are introduced to something that they don't even have a clue about it. And we call them that we have teachers who are teaching our students project work, which is theoretical, not practical. We have parents here who sits in 5-acre land, 2-acre land, 50 by 100 decimals, and they cannot even on a weekend or a Saturday or Sunday tell that yesterday you say that you are learning about environmental conservation. What have you learned? Can we go and plant maybe trees? Can we plant some flowers? We have kidney beans. These kidney beans which can be practically planted at your home. You don't need even 100 decimals or a 50 decimals. We cry of heat waves during time of hot seasons, when we have compounds that we can set up our green spaces, even though we have small plot of land, but we can set up a green space in our areas, where you find that these young people, they need to be engaged in a practical manner, not a theoretical manner, because some of them, when you speak to them like more than 2 hours, they switch off. That's why even in church you see them that the preacher is preaching the gospel and they're in their WhatsApp. They're in TikTok.
And I know that is very critical, and that energy is very important. But I think if we bring in Martin, he will be able to, because now I'm sure he's online, he'll be able to add more and, of course, help us to understand how these young people can be coordinated to scale up their innovations and models. I think Martin is online. Can we assume that he's now can speak to us? So Martin, please go ahead. Okay. Very good. We can hear you, sir.
Okay. Maybe for purpose of kind of internet challenges, I'll move the video. But I'm glad to be here. Sorry for the challenges that I've gone through in terms of accessing the link and being able to connect to this panel. Moderator, my apologies, but I'm glad that I'm in participating in this. So I think, come again with the question.
How can governments, NGOs, and private sector, including the donor partners, coordinate to scale successful women and youth-led models in the delivery of water and environment services?
I would like to, first, indicate that yes, youth and women are a critical part of the society and have a big role to play in any sector with regard to their responsibilities. They're a major part of the community. I think for the Uganda case, over 14 million are youth, and their engagement is crucial for us to achieve our development needs in the different spheres, whether in water and environment sector or in any other areas. From the FAO side, we look into transforming agri-food systems for ensuring better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. And in this process, in agri-food systems, we are looking at different aspects that support agriculture and food systems. One, of course, is the issue of water. It's very crucial for agri-food system transformation. We also look at the importance of the environment. Agriculture without ensuring the sustainability of the environment can be unsustainable. So in terms of scaling up the youth models, youth and women models, yes, I think this is also the question implies that they are really successful models of youth and women in the area of water and environment. I agree with this. These models are there, and the issue is they require to be scaled up. Now, what do we need to scale up these models? I think that's what the question requires us to be addressed. Of course, there are different engagements that we undertaken, various interventions to scale up these models. One is could be to institutionalize these models through policy and local systems. I'll explain this. Second would be strengthen national and district coordination platforms. That would be to expand opportunities for financing for women and youth in enterprises. Fourth would be to prioritize capacity development and co-creation of solutions. We could also look at the issue of strengthening data and monitoring the scale up of these models and building the private-public partnerships different players, NGOs, government, development partners have done a lot in terms of addressing development challenges in this country, including issues of water and environment. So in this regard, we are very isolated. Models of youth, women who have succeeded in these areas, who is players. But the question is, we need this to be the issues that require more of it. So as I said, in terms of institutionalization, yes, each and every one of us in the different spheres have done something, and we probably bring this out and have them integrated in terms of policy and addressing our local systems. These youth women groups, maybe in terms of managing the wetlands, the youth climate clubs, for instance, they have delivered good results. But as governments and partners, we need to embed this into our policies, natural resource management policies. We need to recognize and satisfy this youth. When they are recognized and satisfied, then they can play a more role in the success that they have made in the sector. We need to look at the initiatives. For instance, from the KPO side, we have had what they call the individual clubs, which are really data transporting KPO approaches for youth and women. So this can be integrated into policy based on the experience and lessons that we are provided, both from this engagements of these clubs of women and youth. So once structured into policy, then this can be more scale, provide opportunities for scaling up. I also say that we need to strengthen coordination platforms. I know that from the water sector, there's WASMET. So this platform could be a useful one to see how best the youth can be integrated and promoted to scale up their interventions. There are many players. So through this network, the lessons and experience of the different players can be brought on board and shared with other players so that this can be integrated in other programs and projects of the players in the area, whether it's NGOs, whether it's private sector, whether it's development partners, donors.
Yeah. And thank you, Martin.
We need to look at the UN, the cooperation framework, mechanisms existed that promote these international approaches across the agencies of the UN. We look at the UN Sustainable Population Development Framework, which promotes the work of the different UN agencies as one organization. So through this exchange of information, sharing of information within these frameworks, for instance, the UN, that can also enable us to learn and be able to support the successful models to scale up. Also from the levels of the district, I think that the foundation structures which are there, which will facilitate exchange of information and knowledge and for scale up of these models. We will also look at certainly the issue of financing. These models are great, but they require to be financed. And in that case, we need to be coordinated with the financing institutions to support these youth who have their respective models that can be land financing for scale up. We prioritize capacity development. There's need to do more training for youth and women, and we could use the cases which have already been successful for as lessons for the new youth and others to be trained in these areas so that they can be able to adopt this practice and scale up. So in this capacity development, we emphasize on this, coordinated with the different, within among the different actors. We play this role, maybe geographically, we can spread this out to different communities and different locations, so that these models, which have been piloted somewhere, can be scaled up through capacity development, which is coordinated rather than fragmented capacity development. We would like to also consider aspects of monitoring, because the model process can be good, but if they are not monitored, we fail to learn how they are progressing. Monitoring, the other person rates also data that we can share in the coordination frameworks and be able to know the progress of these models, how they are helping us in addressing issues of water resource management and the protection of the environment. As I said, we need to promote issues of partnerships, peacekeeping, the private sector has a role, the public sector has a role. So if we understand these different roles and responsibilities and we partner, then we can be able to scale up these models successfully. I wish to stop here in terms of the submission.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Martin, for that submission. I think you touched quite a number of aspects, especially on capacity development for young people, monitoring, partnerships, and so on. But you see, colleagues, we cannot talk about youth and women, and we did not speak about the custodian of the gender, that word gender. And this brings me to have quick questions to the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development Assistant Commissioner in charge of equity and rights. Gender is the custodian, the ministry is the custodian of all these groups, women, youth, children, disability. You take charge of everything. But help us to understand how can these national and local institutions better mainstream gender with a special focus on youth inclusion into water and environment planning. It's very critical that we understand this, and we can hear from you, Madam Commissioner.
Thank you, Moderator. Thank you for giving the Ministry of Gender an opportunity to participate in this panel. You've already identified our key role that we play in as the custodian of the groups, but particularly to our mandate of ensuring equity, social inclusion, and empowerment of all Ugandans in the development process. Mainstreaming of these groups is something that we've been working on for a number of times. The Minister has led processes of gender mainstreaming across sectors, but for these particular national and local initiatives, we can best mainstream women and youth in water and environment initiatives, first of all by recognizing the key role they play in water and environment, not only as beneficiaries or users or people accessing, but as key partners in decision making in terms of the utilization of water, but also management of water resources as well as environmental resources. We need to support them in terms of capacity building, especially the initiatives that are already women-led and youth-led, and recognizing especially the key role that youth play in terms of innovation and in terms of the water technologies that we have, as well as climate smart solutions, but also engaging them in the green jobs as well as green enterprises to ensure that young people are involved. So what is important is that we don't engage them as mere passive participants, but as key people in decision making for water and environment conservation.
Yeah, and I'm really happy to mention that the Ministry of Gender mentored me very well, especially becoming a youth-focused expert. I have been in the Ministry of Gender for some time, I think before university, throughout university, through the National Youth Council processes, and I'm still pushing the youth agenda in other sectors. And Madam, speaking to that, you know, there are some social and cultural barriers, especially that limit the participation of young people and women, especially in trying to put their creativity in delivering some of these resources. And maybe also as a gender expert, as an equal rights expert, equity and rights expert, you can share with us some of these social norms and cultural barriers that limit the participation, and what strategies can be taken up in delivering some of these services, and maybe shift the norms away from hindering the success and in delivering these resources.
Thank you for the question. First of all, for the people who are gender experts in this area, we are always grappling with the patriarchy as an issue. And here we are looking at the fact that society over time has presented men as the key leaders in decision making. And if we insist on having that, this ends up having restrictions on women participation in decision making. And yet we all recognize that they are the key users of water resources, and therefore they should be core at the decision making in terms of water resources, their conservation and management. The other issue is the gender roles that society has placed for women to do, and society expects women to focus on being taking care of the home, and yet in taking care of this home, the water resources are critical as well as the environmental resources are critical. But that takes women away from the decision-making power, or the boardrooms where decisions are made in terms of water resources and management, or environment management and conservation. We also have a challenge of stigma and stereotypes, and this hinders women's participation. There is a way society expects women to behave. You realize that when a woman is driving a big car, if I can use that, they say she's driving a man's car. You know, so these are kinds of stereotypes where society expects women to be in particular positions, behave in particular ways, and not otherwise. If you act contrary to what society expects you, then you're behaving more of a man than a woman. So we need to be dealing with those and deconstructing those gender stereotypes and mindsets to ensure that women are recognized as key players. And when it comes to youth, of course, society is also expecting youth to be more of listeners to decisions that have been made, and yet acknowledging the population that we have for the youth, they need to be brought to the core of the decision making in terms of water and environment conservation. So what strategies have we come up with? Some of the strategies are community engagement, and here we've worked as a ministry with the local leaders. These include traditional and cultural leaders who are the custodians of how society expects women and youth to behave, to become the champions of change, because gender is not static, society and culture is not static. We keep changing depending on the times that we are in and the challenges that we are faced with. So we need them to be able to become the influencers and champions to promote gender equality, and some of these have actually become champions. Education and awareness about the rights of women youth to ensure that society recognizes the important role women play, but also that they should be at the table of decision making, as well as economic empowerment, which we've done through our programs. Honorable Win is coming from where we coordinate those, the Uwewk and youth livelihood. Some of these are supported economic empowerment, because we know that if you're economically empowered, you can actually have the resources to come up with innovative ways of accessing water and environment services, but also having role models for women who have been successful in these agendas, so that young women learn from them, but also youth can learn from these people who have been successful in championing the cause for women and youth.
Perfect. Thank you so much, our Commissioner. I know a lot is being done by the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and we will come back to you later on and the panel here. But I want to come to our online panelists. I know, Martin, you have made your submission responding to the first questions, but keep online. We will come to you and have a very last round of a question or questions. But this time around, we have our panelist online, Dr. Judith Mariana. But Doctor has already sent her recording responding to these questions, whereas she's online, but we'll be happy to get her submission. And members in the audience, we are going to have an opportunity for Q&A. I will only pick about 4 to 5 questions, depending on the gender issues. That's the criteria I'll be picking from you. But for now, I think, let me know. Yes, Doctor is online. Doctor, we expect you to do a quick introduction of yourself, and thereafter we'll have to watch your video of how you responded to the questions. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
I just want to check. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Marina Story, and I work with Global Water Partnership. I see quite a few of my Global Water Partnership colleagues on the online call as well, and welcome. I am so sorry to not be there in person, but these days internet helps us. I am a senior advisor.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Can we now watch a recording? The media team, please, let's have Dr. Story presentation. Okay, there we go. So kindly pay attention to this, to the screen, and we hear from Doctor.
To be part of this very timely and important panel discussion. Let me begin by situating this conversation more broadly, as we have heard from some of these items during this week. In 2026, we are at a pivotal moment where the African Union has declared this the year of assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. And at the same time, obviously, World Water Day was on Monday, and the focus there was on water and gender. This is not coincidental, because across Africa and very much in Uganda, water and gender are deeply interconnected realities. It is women and girls especially who carry the daily burden of water insecurity, that govern the water, or the facilities, or the land and the resources that influence water. And this is not just a social issue, it is a systems issue. We have to consider going well beyond just technical expertise into systems and human behavior thinking. In a systems and behavioral approach, when those who experience the daily challenges are included from the start, our solutions are more effective, more sustainable, and more inclusive. During Monday's World Water Day commemoration, the speaker from WaterAid noted, "Nothing for women without women." And I would like to add to that the words local and youth, saying nothing for local women or youth without those local women and youth involved. In answering the first question on targeted capacity development, I would like to start with a life learning perspective. Too often we think of capacity development as something that begins in tertiary education or with formal training programs or within institutions. But in reality, capacity development starts much earlier. It starts at home, within communities. And it begins when young people, girls and boys, are given responsibility to care for others, to manage resources at home, like water, food, and energy, to use tools and equipment and to care for that equipment, and to contribute to maintaining households and infrastructure. These are early experiences that are not trivial, they are foundational. They are where individuals first learn accountability, respect, and the importance of maintenance. In many ways, it's the first building blocks of effective service delivery. So when we speak about targeted capacity development, we must recognize the most effective one are those who build on this early foundation and expand it through education, technical training, and leadership development. Because individuals who grow up with a sense of responsibility are far better equipped later in life to operate systems, manage services, maintain infrastructure, and mentor others. And this is the essence of sustainable development. If we can get this basis right, then we are not starting from zero. And when people then move to their roles in technical, managerial, and leadership positions, they are better prepared for their role in policy, strategy, finance, and implementation. Now, in Uganda, we already have strong policy frameworks. For example, the challenge is not the policy. The challenge is the transition of policy ideals into real roles, real opportunities and influences. So we must move from training people when they're appointed to roles to building a pipeline of responsible and confident members of society. Such a systems-based pipeline can be framed in 3 tiers, from foundation to technical capacity to leadership. And at the first tier is the foundation, the community systems. And here we need embedded, practical, and socially grounded learning. Such initiatives would include, for example, climate-smart water, sanitation, and hygiene principles, and the practical integration of One Health principles, where healthy living and a healthy natural environment support sustainable livelihoods. Other examples are basic ecosystem and water quality and pollution literacy, or peer-to-peer approaches where community theatre also plays a role. It has to be done in local language and even visual as opposed to written. And more, we can also use social media since cell phone access and coverage increase. People engage when learning connect to real life decision making. And capacity building and capacity development must therefore be anchored early in life in systems that people trust and use. And it includes the skills that are necessary to build, operate, maintain, and manage infrastructure. And it may include solar-powered irrigation systems, hydropower engineering systems, the knowledge to fix pumps, fix pipes, support water services, do water quality monitoring, do effective waste management, support erosion control, and implement nature-based solutions such as wetland restoration, agroforestry, conservation agriculture, and controlling of invasive alien plants. But there's one critical condition. These skills are not just technical skills. They need to be linked to livelihoods, to job creation and income opportunities. And without economic value, it is not sustainable. So evidence shows that youth engagement increases when water-related training is bundled with income-generating activities, such as when climate-smart agriculture training is linked to agribusiness and to marketing skills. So entrepreneurship, apprenticeship, and value chain development is not just a focus on water use, for example, but on integrating essentially how to manage small businesses, how to price products, and how to market them. And then we get to the third tier of leadership and governance, which create the pathways for influence. We have to deliberately create pathways into leadership and decision making. This requires mentorship of women and youth and giving the opportunity to them to gradually gain confidence that brings results. Deliberate inclusion of women and youth seats in, for example, catchment committees and utility boards is really important. And they also need to be given leadership coaching, because without such coaching, they would not have that confidence, and they would also struggle in some cases to instill the confidence. But we need to take it further. It needs to be practical. For instance, are we including transport support? Are we considering flexible scheduling and childcare considerations? For example, what does a woman do when she has a small child but has to attend a meeting? Are there childcare options available to her? This participation is not just about the willingness, it's about enabling practical solutions. Now, case studies show that leadership among women increases when economic empowerment, practicality, and leadership development are combined. Linking on this third tier is then the consideration of interdisciplinary systems. For example, integrating water and environmental systems into school curricula is a first step towards enabling this capacity development. Now, we live on Earth in interconnected systems, so our capacity development must reflect this interconnected reality. No longer can we have skills that are only sectoral, like financial managers need to understand information technology and AI, and computer programmers need to understand how land, water, and climate systems work. Otherwise, they cannot support the solving of challenges that we are facing. And one example is programs by the Food and Agriculture Organization in Cambodia. And that shows, for example, that there's higher uptake, greater sustainability, and stronger ownership in such cross-sectoral approaches. So capacity development must reflect how people actually live and how the Earth systems are linked. And we must not get stuck in the sectoral silos. The training of women and youth can only be sufficient if it's matched with behavioral skills, confidence, benefits, and decision-making power. Now let's get to the second question. What evidence gaps remain? First of all, in Uganda, there's one challenge, and that is we are often over-piloted and under-evidenced. In terms of scale, we need long-term data that shows the results of inclusive approaches. We need evidence on how leadership, accountability, and auditability are used. And we need to show data on how these approaches increase benefits while improving cost effectiveness, not only during the project, but long after. We need to show cross-sectoral evidence on the livelihood impacts, the climate resilience, and institutional investments. Then there's the gap of invisible contributions. We are not yet really measuring unpaid labor. We are not really measuring youth innovation and the way that communities play at their homes and communities to ensure that water resource use is practical. Now, what is not measured is not funded, which means that projects do not specifically consider the mainstreaming of women, youth, and girls. And due to that, it still reduces their movement into technical, managerial, and leadership roles. So it needs to be a core function in every project and not an annexure that is termed GC or JC. The final gap to consider is rapidly reducing in urban areas, but in cases of rural areas, sometimes strongly sustained. And this is digital inclusion. We still need to really understand who benefits from the digital tools and whether these digital tools reinforce or actually shift inequalities, and how to sustainably transform social norms in an ethical and a non-threatening way. So how to, for example, include machine learning and AI without taking away critical human thinking and action. Let me conclude by linking this back to the broader African Union agenda. Through initiatives like the Continental Africa Water Investment Programme, we are seeing a critical shift towards bankable and resilient water investment. But as we scale investments and strengthen systems, we will still continue to ask the fundamental question.
Okay, thank you so much. Give her a very big applause. I think that was a really, really good presentation. Thank you, Dr. Story. Thank you very much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are running out of time. Remember, we have a closing ceremony here in the afternoon. This is how I'm going to do it. Who has a burning question before we go into the cutting shots of the panelists? One burning question only. And I'm counting from 1 up to 5. Okay, there's a hand here. This is a gender day. Between a man and a woman, whom do I allow? I have one question. Okay, both. Okay, fine. 2 questions only. There's a gentleman there and the lady. Just one question. Mention the panelists you want to ask a question and directly ask the question. Not a comment. Not a comment, but just a question. Say, what is your name? Okay, we are running out of time. Our dear panelists, all of you, prepare just your cutting short, and then we conclude this session. Okay, one question to the panelists of your choice.
Thank you so much. I'm called Barbara Muge. I work in Ministry of Water. My question goes to Dinkins. One of the panelists says that we have to meet the youth where they are. And so my question goes to Dinkins. How can we use social media where the youth and the children are to leverage the capacity of youth in delivering water and environment services? Then,
one what? Questions. Thank you very much.
Just the Ministry of Gender, just one. Using social media, what has been done to engage the youth, to interest them to participate in nature-based solutions? Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman.
Good morning, the presenter, Special Dr. Story. My name is Mando Moses Okondo, climate change activist from Arua City. My question to you is that in your presentation, there was one area I did not tackle, which was domestic violence, which erupts as a result of leadership in a family. For instance, leveraging services for the inclusiveness of women, children who are affected, especially in the drought areas, have been felt by women themselves. But men do not see that responsibility. How do you address that gap?
Very good. Thank you so much. How do you address that issue? So, thank you. Okay, let's respond to the questions for those that have been asked. So, Dickens, somebody asked you a question. Please answer it and conclude.
Okay, thank you for that elaborate question. He was speaking of where we need to find the youth. You know that the trajectory of things have changed, and we are living in a generation which is very delicate. And the youth that we are dealing with, they are also very delicate. If you mishandle them, you lose them. If you handle them properly, you'll benefit from them. One, nowadays, let me tell you that 70 or 80% of the youth no longer watch mainstream media or TV. If I'm to ask you even today that when was the last time you watched your TV, apart from maybe waiting for Gatali Konfufu or maybe MTV Akaungezi or Prime News, that's what you maybe parents and other people may be the best on. Nowadays, you know that the technology has come and we need to embrace it, especially for the urban youth and the city youth, whereby you need to find them on TikTok, you need to find them on Instagram, you need to find them on Facebook, there is another one called LG, Snapchat. All this language, sometimes when they tell our traditional parents, they will say, which one is that animal again that you're talking of? Which we don't understand. But these are the urban youth that you need to find them. But the problem is that what they are doing in those platforms also, they are not healthy for them that they consume every time. That's why you see that Dr. Callis and the team through the PS, they have done a very good thing of coming up with Water Resource Institute, whereby they have given us a platform as the youth at the resource center, where there is mentorship training, there is practical training. I remember the last time when he invited us Youth Go Green into that training. All of us, like 5 of us who attended that training, our trajectory changed. That's why even I started coming up with a TV program which is called Environmental Dialogue, that we host.
Very good.
Another thing, Mr. Edwin, you're cutting me short.
Of course.
Yeah,
We're running out of time.
you're not
You see
really
how
fair.
young people are very
That's
aggressive,
one, because even the first time.
Okay, say it. You're wasting time.
All right. Another thing is that because for me as a person who comes from the Karamoja region, from Abim, you find that 15% of the youth who are there and the children, they don't have this smartphone and they don't have access to the mainstream media. And how do you reach them out? We have come up with a program that we tried like to engage these youth through what's called the Village Youth Parliament, where we reach out to this youth like a barasa. You set them and they come up with the issues, they dialogue, they interact, and they tell you the issues that they face.
Very good.
Sometimes even all these radio programs through the RDCs that they have free airtimes on radio stations, whereby you're given those airtimes, you invite the youth leaders, you invite the women leaders, and they have this interactive session so that they get to know what's taking place.
I know Youth Go Green, you have a lot of things you're doing to empower young people, including the Children Climate Academy and many others. But let's answer the other question. I think somebody asked Dr. Story, could you please answer his question in less than a minute, and then and also give your cutting short remarks, and then we go to the remaining panelists. Thank you. Over to you, Doctor.
I hope Doctor means me.
Oh, Dr. Story, I said not you, not Dr. Ramazan.
Okay.
Yeah. Mariana, Doctor.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
That question is loaded and very important, but in 1 minute, I will try and give a brief overview. The first thing is the fact that we are talking about gender-based violence and women's safety, especially when women might have to work alone in big field. That already is a step forward, and the fact that the gentlemen in this room today and online are so passionate about this already makes a change. And knowledge is power, so the more we know about it and the more we make society aware, the better we can address it. And I'm going to come back to own behavior. Respect is learned as a child, and respect for one another, whether you are man, female, disabled or not. That is the respect that society needs to bring back to ensure that not only gender-based violence, but bullying and enforced action against disabled people or vulnerable people has to change. So, in 1 minute, that's all I can say, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Judith, for that response. Knowledge is power. Dr. Ramazan, how do you conclude with that statement?
Yeah, but I think to conclude, let me just contribute one thing. One of the areas that we don't need to lose sight of is the use of digital technology and innovation to mobilize youth and women. There are obstacles, but there are several models that you can use, including the use of simple technology, the capability phone. The youth are not homogeneous. The women are not homogeneous. There are those from well-to-do families. They can access even smartphones and so on. We can deploy artificial intelligence. There's a lot of potential within digitization and the use of new technologies to mobilize youth in this area, and also women and children, and in a more cost-effective way. So that's an area that I think needs to be explored. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's hear from you, Honorable Winnie. You're cutting short. And yeah.
Thank you very much. I think to me what is important is that when there is, these water and environment programs are being put in place, you need to involve the youth and women meaningfully.
Exactly.
And at the same time, they have to be places which are safe from gender-based violence, safe from exploitation, from sexual abuse, so that you are able to retain the youth and women in those very programs, because those are issues that usually chase the youth and women from participating in those programs. But of course, there has to be also a deliberate effort to make sure that when you are developing these programs, you have very clear indicators that will be, that will involve the youth and women, that will be accepted and adopted by the program, so that whatever project comes out, it is easy to measure whether it has meaningfully impacted on women or not. So the involvement, meaningful involvement, safe programs, and networking with already established legal framework, so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel, is very important.
Yeah, and thank you so much. When such events, Honorable says, when such events happen, such water and environment events happen, involve the youth meaningfully. Ladies and gentlemen, take a time and visit the Youth and Children Pavilion outside. It's been running from Monday to Friday, and that's what we call meaningful youth engagement and involvement. So thank you so much, the Ministry of Water and Environment, for meaningfully involving young people by giving them such platforms. Yes, let's hear from our dear Commissioner. You're cutting short remarks, and we conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For me, I would like to emphasize the fact that starting from school, when the children are still young, all these issues of gender and stereotypes are nurtured from home. So starting right from home with changing our mindsets right into the school by ensuring that we have the learning environment where education includes children appreciating the values of protection of our natural resources, environmental education that is all around, but also ensuring community mobilization, social accountability, and that the government position of ensuring that gender and equity is mainstreamed in our programs is done in reality, and that when we track whatever you've presented in your budgets and budget framework papers, you've actually done what you intended to do for realization of the benefits for women, children, youth, as well as persons with disabilities. So again, we need to ensure that we leave no one behind as we promote water and sanitation conservation.
Leave no one behind. Mr. Martin from FAO, would you like to conclude and close with that statement? Leave no one behind as a UN agency focusing on the implementation of the 2030 agenda. Can you please conclude? Are you online? We are likely to have, yes. Is he online? Okay, I see him there. Okay. Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, moderator. Yes, first I want to appreciate these engagements for reaching out to the youth on issues of water and environment management. Yes, in terms of the leaving no one behind, that's a very kind of slogan for the global adopted by the UN in terms of ensuring inclusivity, and youth and women are critically important in any development in any nation, just like it's also in the water and environment sector. So any engagements that consider youth are certainly very important and should be promoted, and the different players certainly need to undertake coordinated action precisely to provide the environment. As NGOs, we need to drive the innovation. The private sector needs to supply market pathways and technology, and of course the other partners, the development partners, resource actors, to ensure financing that provides strategic activities in terms of scaling up innovations and practices in the water and environment sector. We need to utilize the relevant platforms, coordination platforms, and engage with the evidence and involve youth in co-creating solutions in the water and environment use and management. So engagement of everyone, the youth, women, and children is kind of crucial for use and management of water. I want to thank you all for listening to me.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Give an applause to our dear panelists this afternoon. Thank you very much for being very attentive. I've been your moderator for the session. Of course, I've been assisting my senior moderator here, Madam Jen. I think she will take on the last segment, but thank you so much. I have been your moderator, Edwin Mhumza. Over to you, Madam Jen. Thank you so much, and have a very good afternoon. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Edwin. Thank you very much, Edwin. Let's clap for Edwin. Panel discussion with people online can be a bit challenging, but I believe we have pulled it off. We are behind schedule, but I want to thank the panelists. Thank you, Dr. Marianne. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Lydia. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Honorable Winfred. And thank you, Dr. Ramanzani Madanda, for being with us here. And I hope we have been listening. They have said so many nice things, but also so many practical things. And Dr. Mariana, who benefits and who decides? That's a big question. Who benefits? Who decides? And how do those two things come together? I think for us who work with the community, we know what that means. The women will grow all the rice and the coffee and the millet, and the nice men that we love very much will come and sell, and sometimes the women will not even get anything because they don't even own land. So these are things that we need to work on. We are coming to the end. We have some gifts for our panelists, but we'll also have some a photo shoot. So if you could stand up for a photo, our camera people, I hope you are ready. The keynote speaker, please join us here. Edwin, please join for the photo shoot quickly. Thank you very much. And then we'll have some gifts for you, please. We'll start with our keynote speaker. I request my ED, Madam Yonia Musazi, to come and hand over the gift of appreciation to our keynote speaker, Jacinta Nekesa. Thank you very much, Jacinta. Great presentation, good preparations, and it was clear. Thank you, Dr. Kalis Tindimugaya. our director, our commissioner, you'll do us the honors of handing over the gift of appreciation to Honorable Masiko. Thank you very much, Honorable. And the Honorable is always with us in the annual, in this water week, so we don't take that for granted. We appreciate you. Engineer Dominic Muchunguzi, kindly come and hand over the gift of appreciation to Mr. Chen from Youth Go Green. And you better walk like a youth, otherwise. Thank you very much, Mr. Chen. We appreciate you. We appreciate the vibe, the energy, and everything that you are doing. Thank you very much. Mr. Epitu Joseph, kindly, you'll do us the honors of gifting the Assistant Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner Lydia Navidio. That is former Commissioner, Sector Liaison, Mr. Epitu. Thank you very much. Thank you. One of our queens in the room, I don't know who, since you are seated together, one of you, choose amongst yourself very quickly. You'll do us the honors of gifting Dr. Ramanzani Madanda. That was a very quick decision. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Madanda, you'll be gifted by the first runner-up of Miss Agriculture. Thank you very much. Our panelists online, we know you are there. If you are not there, we will still gift you. Engineer Henry Francis Okinyal, kindly. Yes. You will gift and somebody will receive it on behalf of, because they are online. So, Engineer Godfrey Hashman, you will receive the gift on behalf of Martin from FAO. So, engineer gifting engineer on behalf of. And we'll see. Martin will look for a way to get the gift to you. And then Madam Carol Andama, you will gift Dr. Marina. So the second queen, kindly come. You receive the gift on behalf of Dr. Marina. Dr. Marina will definitely look for a way to get the gift to you. So Carol Andama from Pearl Bank will gift. You're the one gifting. Yes, you're the one gifting. Thank you very much, Carol. And that brings us to the end of our session. Thank you very much. You've been a great audience. Thank you, Edwin. It's great working with you. And back to the Ministry of Water and Environment, Engineer Annette Nantongo, to take us through with some announcements and prepare us for the sessions that probably have started. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Jen. Can you please join me to thank our keynote speaker with a round of applause? Then another one for our dear panelists. I know we are hungry, but let's make the clapping, worth it. Good. Can we clap for our moderators, Madam Jane, and our Chief Youth Edwin, and then clap for yourselves for being a good audience. So we are done with this session, but I'd like to remind you that we have apparel sessions going on after the tea break. We'll have a quick tea break. They still serve down as usual. We have 3 serving centers, and then our VIP guests will be served tea on the 4th floor. So we have a number of apparel sessions. We have session 43, which will be in the DWD boardroom that is on the 3rd floor. And the session is on leveraging the power and capacity of women, youth, and children in delivery of water and environment services. And this is a technical presentation. Then we have session 44, which is on the 1st floor in Nile boardroom. And this is on strengthening civil society collaboration for forest restoration and sustainable water and environment management in Uganda. Session 45 will be on this floor in the Zoka boardroom, and it's on women and youth innovations supporting water and environment services. And this is by Care International in Uganda and Care International Youth Advocacy. Then session 46 will be in this auditorium, and it is on the role of the Water Resources Institute in advancing science, research, innovation, and capacity building for water and environment services. So this will be here in the auditorium. Then session 47 will be on the ground floor in Rizzi room, and it will be on feedback from the media. So we'll have journalists, reporters, communications officers giving us feedback. Then session 48 will be in the Wetlands Library, and it will be on the status of SDG 6 in Uganda. Then the last session will be session 49, and this is in the IREC boardroom, that is in National Water, and it is a youth debate. So I also want to remind us that we have our closing event this afternoon, starting at 12:30 with marching. We'll have some people marching, and this closing event is mainly commemorating the International Sector Days. So we shall have people marching from 12:30 to 1:30, and then we'll have the arrival of the chief guest at about 1:45, and then the rest of the events will follow. So let's try to wrap up with the side events so that we can be in time for this closing ceremony. The closing ceremony will be here in the auditorium, and we look forward to seeing all of you and more. Okay. Okay, I've been informed that breakfast for all of us in this room is up, so we are all VIPs today. So let's all go to the 4th floor and have breakfast. Thank you for being a good audience, and I wish you a lovely day.
Can I pick your attention? For those who are staying for the water resources side event, please let's take our seats because we've been informed that we have to be very fast and leave the room for the closing session. Thank you.
children in the delivery of water and environment services. When droughts tighten their grip and rivers run dry, it is often women who walk further, children who miss school, and the most vulnerable who are left without recourse. In rural households across our region and beyond, women are frequently the first and sometimes the only managers of water, fuel, and food. Their daily lives are lived in intimate relationship with nature. And when nature is threatened, they feel it first. But vulnerability is only one side of the story. The same proximity to natural resources that exposes women and youth to risk also equips them with something extraordinary, local knowledge. The knowledge of seasonal rainfall patterns, the knowledge of which springs hold water through dry months, how land responds to different farming practices, what the environment looked like a generation ago and what it may look like in the next. This knowledge belongs at the center of how we plan, manage, and protect our water and environment. Across the region, women, children, and youth are already pioneering renewable energy solutions in off-grid communities. They are leading sustainable agriculture movements. They are organizing around catchment-based water resources, management, integrating ecosystems, thinking into how their communities survive and thrive. They are agents of change who deserve a seat at the table in policy discussions, in planning processes, in the boardrooms and community halls where decisions about water and the environment are made. Empowering women, children, and youth in water and environment services means creating platforms where their voices shape policy and recognizing them not as beneficiaries of development, but as its drivers. This year's event, held under the theme Water and Environment for an Inclusive and Prosperous Uganda, features 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is leveraging the power and capacity of women, youth, and children in the delivery of water and environment services. This sub-theme will, among other things, provide insights into opportunities and approaches for engaging women, children, and youth, and leveraging their potential in the delivery of water and environment services. It will deepen understanding of the benefits of increasing the representation of women and youth, and of ensuring equal opportunities to participate in water and environment committees and other decision-making bodies at local, national, and global levels. Today, we begin that conversation.
My name is Mel Rydell. I'm the co-founder of Green Hub East Africa, and today we're here at Water Week at the Ministry of Water and Environment to support Water Week, of course, but also the interlinkage between reducing air pollution and CO2 emissions, since that is also polluting our water and not just the air and the environment that we live in.
You're welcome to Crest Tanks. I'm Esther, working with Crest Tanks. What we take up from the Water Week has given us a leverage to interact with so many clients. So we call upon other stakeholders to come across as we are closing the exhibition tomorrow. We welcome all other people to come and visit our stall here at the Water Week. Thank you so much.
women, children, youth, persons with disabilities, and the many who exist at the margins of society face the sharpest edges of environmental change. When droughts tighten their grip and rivers run dry, it is often women who walk further, children who miss school, and the most vulnerable who are left without recourse. In rural households across our region and beyond, women are frequently the first and sometimes the only managers of water, fuel, and food. Their daily lives are lived in intimate relationship with nature. And when nature is threatened, they feel it first. But vulnerability is only one side of the story. The same proximity to natural resources that exposes women and youth to risk also equips them with something extraordinary, local knowledge. The knowledge of seasonal rainfall patterns, the knowledge of which springs hold water through dry months, how land responds to different farming practices, what the environment looked like a generation ago and what it may look like in the next. This knowledge belongs at the center of how we plan, manage, and protect our water and environment. Across the region, women, children, and youth are already pioneering renewable energy solutions in off-grid communities. They are leading sustainable agriculture movements. They are organizing around catchment-based water resources, management, integrating ecosystems, thinking into how their communities survive and thrive. They are agents of change who deserve a seat at the table in policy discussions, in planning processes, in the boardrooms and community halls where decisions about water and the environment are made. Empowering women, children, and youth in water and environment services means creating platforms where their voices shape policy and recognizing them not as beneficiaries of development, but as its drivers. This year's event, held under the theme Water and Environment for an Inclusive and Prosperous Uganda, features 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is leveraging the power and capacity of women, youth, and children in the delivery of water and environment services. This sub-theme will, among other things, provide insights into opportunities and approaches for engaging women, children, and youth, and leveraging their potential in the delivery of water and environment services. It will deepen understanding of the benefits of increasing the representation of women and youth, and of ensuring equal opportunities to participate in water and environment committees and other decision-making bodies at local, national, and global levels. Today, we begin that conversation.
My name is Mel Rydell. I'm the co-founder of Green Hub East Africa, and today we're here at Water Week at the Ministry of Water and Environment, and to support Water Week, of course, but also the interlinkage between reducing air pollution and CO2 emissions, since that is also polluting our water and not just the air and the environment that we live in.
You're welcome to Crest Tanks. I'm Esther, working with Crest Tanks. What we take up from the Water Week has given us a leverage to interact with so many clients. So we call upon other stakeholders to come across as we are closing the exhibition tomorrow. We welcome all other people to come and visit our stall here at the Water Week. Thank you so much.
Women, children, youth, persons with disabilities, and the many who exist at the margins of society face the sharpest edges of environmental change. When droughts tighten their grip and rivers run dry, it is often women who walk further, children who miss school, and the most vulnerable who are left without recourse. In rural households across our region and beyond, women are frequently the first and sometimes the only managers of water, fuel, and food. Their daily lives are lived in intimate relationship with nature. And when nature is threatened, they feel it first. But vulnerability is only one side of the story. The same proximity to natural resources that exposes women and youth to risk also equips them with something extraordinary, local knowledge. The knowledge of seasonal rainfall patterns, the knowledge of which springs hold water through dry months, how land responds to different...
Thank you very much. Would like to check on the panelists first, so that as we prepare, because we had a late breakout from the other session, so I would like to do a bit of checking. Do I have Miss Navasia Lillian? Thank you. Then do I have Engineer? Yeah, okay. This is my mentor as well. Do I have Madam Caroline Andama, Pearl Bank? We had a talk. And would like to confirm Miss Maureen Awori. Great. So you are the leaders of today's session. So can we take the next 4 minutes and then we begin? So in the next 2 minutes, you take your seats. And then so that at exactly 12:30, we are able to begin with the quorum that we have. We were disadvantaged by the late breaking of the last session. And so we shall use that. And at exactly 1:30, we should be getting out of here so that we prepare for the closing session. That's the announcement I just had to make, so that we can begin at exactly 12:30, and then we use 1 hour so that we do a very good justice. But I think the panelists, you'll come here, and then you'll do a very short brief about yourselves, and then you'll take back the front seat so that we are able to watch the video together. Okay? Yeah, so.
Manage our water environment across the region. They are leading us.
Okay, I said can we start with the panelists will introduce and meanwhile we shall be joining us. ITT, can you start with the video straight away?
As a director, rates, our main responsibility is to ensure that water resources are managed and developed in a sustainable manner so as to ensure that all the different sectors get the necessary support to use the water in a more sustainable manner and to ensure that we have water available for the present and future generation. The beginning of the thought on the Water Resources Institute goes back to 2003 when the Water Resources Management Reform Studies was undertaken. During that reform studies, a number of investigations on the challenges and opportunities available to improve on the water resources management and development came up. One of the key areas that was identified was the issue of human resource capacity in management and development of the water resources, as well as lack of awareness on water resources management issues in this country. So benchmarking and with the local problems that we are facing, it was very necessary that we have a one-stop center where we can bring the different water users and stakeholders to either dialogue or discuss issues of water resources development and management so that we have sustainable development of these finite water resources.
We have worked with a number of partners to move this idea forward. We have supported us to get the idea into concrete action.
Water Resources Institute focuses on 4 thematic areas: applied training, applied research, dialogue, and outreach. These 4 areas of focus are being used to address issues of loss and damage, climate financing, and others.
Water Resource Institute is a point that brings us together to kind of bring together applied research, to combine that with applied learning, capacity development within the sector. Sector, I mean the ministry, the private sector, and also us as the NGOs, and make sure that all our efforts are leading us to realize the SDG 6 aspiration, where everyone, everywhere, has access to water, sanitation, and hygiene.
The trainers will be people from ourselves, there will be people from the civil society, from the academic institutions, from the private sector, and from relevant government agencies. As we enter into partnerships with organizations outside Uganda, they will help us to bring in international best practice and concretize the idea of the institute. We have created a space for people who have retired from government, from NGOs, from the private sector, academic institutions, to come and contribute. We want to have a partnership arrangement where any partner can come and actually utilize the facilities of the institute and be able to conduct the trainings, conduct applied research, conduct dialogues, and also even utilize the information that we have in the sector. We have online water quality monitoring equipment set up in this building that people will look at as a training event. We are also setting up a modeling unit in here. But around here we also have a meteorological station which people will actually use. We have a groundwater monitoring station that people will use to run issues to do with groundwater. Then close by we have a surface water monitoring station, and not far from here we also have a meteorological training center that will be accessible. We also have a national water treatment plant where they are pumping water close by, and we believe that this will enable us to save costs on hiring hotels, but also enable to train more people at a reasonable cost. Once we have the institute up and running and people are taking advantage of it, the sector will not be the same. We want to call upon other partners out there that can support the institute to become more operational. You come and join us, the space is open, and we believe that all of us will benefit and will make Uganda a much better place to live in. We will position water and environment and give them these resources their rightful place through improved capacity, increased research, dialogue, and outreach. Thank you very much. one of the programs of the Institute is a mentorship program.
Responsibility is to ensure that water resources are managed and developed in a sustainable manner so as to ensure that all the different sectors get the necessary support to use the water in a more sustainable manner.
Okay, thank you very much. I just we are honored to have the presence of Dr. Kallist, one of the people that we're waiting for, because he's going to give us an opening remark. We are honored to have you, Dr. Kallist. So right now, can I have my panelists take their stage? Miss Navasye Lillian, please come over. Navasye Lillian, Miss, is the resident program manager at WSUP. She will tell us what that is, because I've known her in different dimensions. Followed by Honorable Engineer Katwira Miorokam. Okay, so we shall have whoever is representing the board member for NEMA. And then we shall have Miss Caroline Andama from Pearl Bank. And then I asked her, but you look refreshed. And she said, yes, I'm refreshed because I have known her in a different dimension, and she will tell us something about herself. Miss Maureen Awori, my senior mentor, please come over, because I think the records I have are different. Were you coming for the... No? Okay, great, okay. Miss Maureen Awori, you're coming over? Okay. Yeah, because I think what I saw in digital form was different from what I had, so I'm sorry about that. Can I have my senior mentor, Mr. Ameru Maki, retired professional, take your seat. Can I have Engineer Henry Francis Okinyar, retired professional? Thank you. So now I have the full panel, and I think I can take the start of the business. Dr. Kallist, can you come and give us an opening remark?
Thank you very much, Dr. Rozumita. So, ladies and gentlemen, can I request those who are there to come closer? Those who are behind there, come closer. Come closer so that the panelists are able to see you. I know you like sitting behind so that you can get fresh air, but there's also fresh air in here. Let me formally welcome you to this session, which is on the role of the Water Resources Institute in advancing science, research, innovation, and capacity building for water and environmental services. During this session, as you may have seen in the videos, there is a lot of work that has been done over the years since 2018, and we would want those who have not been part of the journey of the Water Resources Institute to get a feel of what has been done so far, but where you can contribute and benefit. For the young people, it's an opportunity for you to see what opportunities are available. Earlier, we were talking about meaningful engagement, but you can't not engage somebody who is actually not coming forward. So I would want to request that as you listen to this, you see where you can contribute, but also later on during the discussion, you can also contribute and provide some suggestions on how best the work can be done. Otherwise, I want to thank our panelists for accepting to be part of this panel. Some have been part of this journey, others are joining the journey now, and I'm sure you'll get to know the different perspectives. But the most important thing is to always get feedback from the stakeholders. You may be doing good work, but if you don't get feedback from the people you are trying to serve, you may not know where you can improve. You always want to improve, and that's why we always have sessions like this during the Uganda Water and Environment Week. I know there are a number of sessions running. We are preparing for the closing session, so I hope that we shall go through this session very fast and be able to share with the participants here. With those remarks, I want to thank you and wish you good deliberations. Over to you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kallist. I did not want to mention something before Dr. Kallist speaks. I'm Dr. Rosmita Birungi. I have worked with Dr. Kallist since 2005. How many years are those? Very many years. And so what you see here is an architecture that was partly constructed by Dr. Kallist. The first time we met, we constructed the Water Resources Institute idea in Cairo, in Sudan, 2008. And then we went to, I think this is part of the video because it should have gone in the video. I was a little bit disappointed because we've done a lot, but the video did not bring out. So I am part of the sharing of the experience. So we went to Latin America. We met again in Latin America to discuss issues of integrated water resources management. That was about 2000, in the late 2000. We went to Cairo, IPCC, to think about climate change. So all this that you see, even the institutional infrastructure here at the ministry, we had a discussion on a restaurant somewhere on the veranda of the restaurant, and he said, I think the ministry should be organized like this with departments. Can you review? And that is how the Water Resources Institute has been a grounding infrastructure in what you see. So the Water Resources Institute hosting the Water Week is not by accident. We are grounded in more than 2 decades of work. People see me in the ministry and they think I work with the ministry. But I don't work with the Ministry of Water and Environment. But when it comes to events of the Water Resources Institute, I am there. So in the Water Resources Institute, I am designated as a resident associate trainer. So, and then we have 2 components which are very important, but 3 under applied research. So in applied research, myself, I'm part of the editorial team that produced what you saw as the book of abstract. It's myself, Professor Kigundu, and Dr. Musinguzi, which we do as a part of our pro bono professional services to the Water Resources Institute. And that is the editorial team. And so we are mentoring young professionals to do science, and I'm in charge of practice because I'm a development practitioner, almost 30 years of development practice. So that's what I bring to the ministry and through the Water Resources Institute. So that's why I was given a disservice to be a moderator because I would have loved to be on the panel. So with all that due respect, that is another background that you hear about the Water Resources Institute. And so you can use that plus the video so that you're able to give us a reflection. So with that kind of background, colleagues, I would like to begin with my dear sister here. Tell us, when you hear this, what would you tell people as your take-home message or carry-away message in terms of the Water Resources Institute?
Thank you, Dr. Rosmita. Good afternoon. I think I should do this in less than 10 minutes. The Water Resources Institute is a true manifestation of when you set a vision and you commit to a mission what this can result into over time. My name is Lilian Nabasiri, and I work with USUP Advisory, where our work is to strengthen utilities while also working on growing and strengthening systems. But this being said, let's look at the water. I happened to be around in 2018 when the Water Resources Institute first held the first meeting. And looking back in time, seeing that we were holding it as an event, but not necessarily as a journey, we see that today it is no longer something held once a year. It is continuously informing the sector growth. So when you look at the 3 pillars of capacity building, you look at it from creating awareness, you look at it from knowledge harnessing. It has done a very good job in that area, and I must commend the Water Resources Institute for having upheld the mandate of managing and developing the water resources sustainably. But also, that being said, we need to always anchor back into the Sustainable Development Goals journey, because I think some of the drivers and contributions that we will get through the works of the Water Resources Institutes may not be quantified enough to come to the fore as what we are contributing. So that's the one-stop center, as you infer to be. I think it is something that we need to pick up. I am very excited when I see Madame Gwendolyn in the audience, because the mentorship program, I happen to also be part of the teams behind the thinking through behind this mentorship program during my service at one of the organizations. And seeing us graduate not only female cohorts, but also male cohorts in this particular cycle is very exciting. And that is the message. The sector needs to grow, but you can't grow if you don't reflect. So I'm so happy. Dr. Kalis, congratulations on your team for fostering the partnership, maintaining the mission, but most importantly, delivering on your mandate. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Caroline. One-stop center. Sorry. I was going to call Caroline, but Lillian, sorry. That articulation, the one-stop center for capacity building, I've taken note of that. So we need to amplify our mandate as capacity building, mentoring, training, and any other opportunity that you think is important for capacity building. Over to you. Yes, please.
Yes.
Caroline. Yeah.
Very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. I am so excited to be here, first of all. I have walked the journey in this boardroom for the past 9 years, which means every single water week I've been here. So I'm not new to water, and I want to thank Dr. Kalis for the wonderful work that you've done in this sector. Starting up a water institute, dreaming of starting up a water institute in a government entity is like a dream. It's almost unachievable, but that tells you your resilience and the resilience of the team behind is unmeasurable. So for us as private sector, I feel we have not really tapped deeply into that sector. And today, I'm happy that I'm on this panel. I'm going to pick a few things and also see how us as private sector can plug in. And I'll tell you, with the shrinking envelope, resource envelope, we need to think differently. We now need to think money, and we need to think water and relate it to money. So with that, I'll wait for the next, where I will tell you how we think we can come in and make money from the institute, or make it a more viable and a money-making venture as well. I thank you.
Great, thanks a lot, Madam Caroline. I think that is exciting because all of us need money for functionality, so we get the promise that now we can start smiling with a pearl in the mouth or in the hand. We are yet to know where the pearl should be, in the pocket, in the hand, or in the mouth. Thank you very much. And next is my dear sister, Madam Awori.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rosmita. I would like to first start by thanking the Water Resources Institute. Really, we have seen from the video how the idea just began. Dr. Rosmita was talking about having engagement with Dr. Calist. So just imagine coming maybe 2, 3, or 5 heads to come up with something we are witnessing today, and has grown to be so marvelous, so big. So this is something we can't take for granted. So I think really they deserve rounds of applause. Thank you so much. My name is Awar Maureen. I am a graduate trainee under the Water Resources Institute graduate mentorship and placement program. And today I'm a testament, actually graduated on Wednesday. And you can see that really the talk is being, they are actually moving a great milestone. Yeah, from something we just started small in 2018. Maybe from the video, my key takeaway, it is on partnership. Because we are seeing an idea started with just a few people, but now people have come together and we are looking at achieving a common goal. And that is mostly in case we are to coming to protecting in our water and environment resources. So to the audience, really, Dr. Rosmita has stated here, she doesn't work with the ministry, but she's fully engaged in these programs. So my question to you is, what is that which is stopping you? We have seen partnerships with a lot of stakeholders. So what is stopping you? Because issues concerning water and environment affects all of us. So this is my humble call, my humble appeal to all of us to take up this. Let it not just stop at Water Week, but let us be the voices out there and to make sure that we propagate the same message on water and environment protection. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much. We wouldn't have had a better panelist than you. Talk about partnerships. I think this is the time I would like to recognize that the Water Resources Institute had a lot of foundational capacity building through CAPNET. CAPNET is the global capacity building network under the UN framework supported, hosted in UNDP. And then through CAPNET in 2005, we had our regional coordinator. Then we had what we call the Nile Integrated Water Resources Management for Africa, which I am a board member to that with Dr. Calist. And then we had the Latin America team also handling, and then we had an Asia team, and that's how CAPNET, which is the UNDP Capacity Building Network, started in 2005 to build capacity in different ACP countries so that we can be able to do exactly what our warriors just said, build sustainable capacity that is transgenerational capacity over the years. So I recognize the partnership provided by CAPNET to bring the Water Resources Institute where it is, with other partners like IMWI, SIWI, DELF, IHE DELF. They are still continuously supporting the Water Resources Institute to build capacity through such strategic partnerships. Thank you for Awori for that wonderful remark. Over to you, and you know this is Youth and Gender Day. So we had to have the ladies first and then the gents next. So it's by default. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, our moderator. My name is Emaru Makei. I'm a retired civil servant. I retired some 14 years ago. I want to start or follow up by thanking the Minister of, the staff of the Ministry of Water and Environment, especially Dr. Calist and the team, with particular reference to the Water Resources Institute. Generally, it's a very good framework, and I will approach it from the perspective of a civil servant. My experience in the civil service, in respect particularly to mentoring, to mentorship. I joined the civil service in 1980. Most of you probably were not around. But the experience, I was lucky because I joined the administrative service. The administrative service had an elaborate framework on capacity building. One, they would carry out an induction course for you. So I got the appointment letter for job around May, June, and in the same month they took me for an induction course. That was at IPA then. Now they call it UMI. So it had an elaborate process. Then the second one, they would require you to take particular courses. And in the administrative service, they would want the next stage, before they confirm you, you would have to take a certificate in administrative law at LODC, the Law Development Center. They would take you. After that, gradually, they would bring up you in the job. But what lacked was the next steps. So I'm giving you that background so that you can appreciate, especially from the civil service point of view, that there are some entities which are silent about capacity building or mentorship. Very silent. As you recall yesterday, the head of service, the deputy head of public service and secretary to cabinet, she actually made one remark that this was an innovation. So my experience therefore is that this innovation, it is actually innovation. I would like to thank Dr. Callister and his team. This is an innovation. We are talking about the theme, even the theme, the sub-theme talks about science, technology, and innovation. This is an innovation. Because if a deputy head of civil service can make remarks and appreciate the innovation, then appreciate what's going on, then it's an innovation. So, in terms of the civil service, I would say this is a very good program which we should embrace. However, I want also to raise, probably as a way of recommendation, let us explore other training opportunities. There are similar arrangements in some few entities in government. For example, in the civil service, we have the civil servants. Is it called the training college? Civil Service College in Jinja. I know my colleague here has been in education, so they have had a lot of training programs, and I think he was under TV1? Yes, the real training part of it. So I think we need to explore, as the institute grows, let's explore other opportunities so that we develop national synergies to enhance capacity building in science, not only in science, technology, and other capacity building areas, but even in other areas. And I'm happy because the Water Resources Institute is not only taking the technical part of it, but it has also brought the other component, which is very, very, very good. You know, life is a symbiosis. You cannot isolate. And maybe at a later stage, I will also share my take on how we are conducting our national science, technology, and innovation framework in this country.
Okay, thank you very much. Very interesting patterns are coming out. Lastly, my senior.
Thank you very much, moderator. And I'm happy that you're moderating this session because you are giving us additional information which is extremely important for us to realize the genesis of that Water Resources Institute. I happen to have spent a greater part of my working life in public service, in charge of training, as a principal of an agriculture mechanization institute, college, and then went to the ministry. I became in charge of training for all, from certificate level to diploma level, what we called BTVET then, Business Technical Vocational Education and Training. And I'll talk about it later on. I retired 2014 because I was given 2 years contract service because of the standard orders say you can get 24 years contract service after you clock 60 years and so on. And I'm fortunate to have been to engage by the Ministry of Water and Environment as one of the retired professionals. Not only that, but I sit on the board of the Water Resources Institute. So I have quite a bit of knowledge of what's going on there. And I also must add my word to those of my colleagues here that we are lucky to have such an institute under this sector. If you may recall, around 2000, the government decided to transfer all training institutions to the Ministry of Education because they said the business of education and training Ugandans was the mandate of the Ministry of Education. But they retained some training institutions like similar to Water Resources Institute so that they capacity build their people in service. And so the likes of Nsamizi came in brief with the minister, then went back because of that. And so the role, the function of this institute is very, very important. But I want to build on your experiences. One of the things that I saw from the video is the sharing of experiences. You told us that you went to Sudan, Latin America, and so on. That is what we want to see, what this is to also advance. But the previous panelists, one of them mentioned one thing which we seem to have not paid attention to, and it was on the video. The people with the disabilities. For me, that touched me. Because then, it's only then that you become now complete. If we leave people with disability out, then we are not yet there. And you saw them in the institute. And I want to emphasize, and I want to see, I hope, that the WRI will also be graduating people with disabilities. One statistics of those, not only the youth, female and male gender, but people with disabilities. Short of that, we shall not be able, we are not addressing what the country needs. I think at least we shall come and talk about the opportunities that are there and the proposal how to go. For the moment, let me end there.
Thanks, Engineer. But before you close, when you say people with disabilities, how would that situate? I would like to pick it. I would like to know how it situates. Like in other places, they would say marginalized, vulnerable, you know, people at risk. How would, if the answer is not ready now, you can keep it for me because we would like our rapporteur to pick it. Just think through it. When you're making your next submission, help us to understand when you say special attention to people with disabilities, so that as the Water Resources Institute, we wouldn't want to pick it as disabilities, it's wider. So just think through in your next submission. I would like that taxonomy. Colleagues, we have come to the end of the first segment of this panel discussion. For the sake of our capture notes, I would like to recap. This was a session where all the panelists were answering the question with a reflection of experiences shared on the Water Resources Institute, where I chipped in mine illegally. What do you recommend as take-homes, or what do we say, what is the perception of the Water Resources Institute? So the perceptions that have come out of this discussion have 5 dimensions. The first dimension is that the Water Resources Institute is a one-stop center for capacity building. That was from Madam Lillian. And then another dimension that has come out from the panel discussion on the perception of the Water Resources Institute is that a Water Resources Institute is a case of team resilience. And that was from my dear participant, Caroline. I hope I did it well. And then, and the team resilience, which is a component of private sector. That is very clear that Water Resources Institute has a foundational dimension of team resilience that is an important aspect of the private sector. The other dimension that has come up from the first panel session from my dear Awori is that Water Resources Institute is a partnership anchor, which I also supplemented with the experiences of other partnerships that have brought us this way. And that is a center for motivation as an anchor partner. The other aspect that has come out from that segment of the discussion on the perception of the Water Resources Institute from Mr. Emaro, if I got it right, is that the Water Resources Institute is an innovation for civil service capacity building. Lastly, from Engineer Henry Okinyar, that the Water Resources Institute is an anchor for experience sharing, and that needs to be further amplified to include, for now, what I call special attention to the disabled persons, which we are later to know what that means. We can think through it so that we don't carry it as disability, because that's a functional term. We don't know what it means in water sector. Okay, so colleagues, thanks a lot for that segment. We go to the last segment because we need to target to be out of here in the next 30 minutes. So lastly, you have and that will also include your parting shot as you give your remark. So I now start from the gents, so that the ladies don't get overwhelmed. You know, one of the things we talk about in gender is lessening the burden of women. If there's anything that we can do to lessen the burden of women, we invest in it. So even in this session, as I am a panelist, I don't want to overburden you to always begin and think a lot, because you have other gender roles to cater for. So let me go to the gents, and then I'll begin with you, Engineer, from your side. I would like to know, you have your question right before you? Okay. From your side, you have seen the water resources having a number of programs. How relevant are these now that you talked about capacity building, now that you talked about marginalized persons? How relevant can we make the Water Resources Institute's programs, mentorship, training, applied research, policy advocacy, and any other that you know, including your own, which is of retired professionals? How can they be made more relevant for what you advocate for, experience sharing, building capacity for marginalized person, and any other? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. like we said a short while ago, we need collaborations with similar institutions like the WRI. And if under the Ministry of Education you have good training institutions, like I said before, the people training, the trainers, we can collaborate with those institutions by way of sharing of trainers, but also the experiences on how to develop the programs. When I was in charge of training, the concept of competence-based increasingly came onto the fore. And we were saying, if I'm an engineer, I'm not the right person to prescribe a curriculum for training an engineer who trains today if I graduated 10 years ago, because the labor market has shifted. In that way, you look at the practitioners, people in the practice, to develop standards, occupational standards, what we used to call occupational standards, and profiles of a particular occupation or job profile. And then you work backwards as a training institutions. How do I produce somebody who says he or she does this in the labor market in Uganda? That is critical. That's the essence of competence-based training. Because you get a skill from institutions, but when you work, you don't apply your skill, you apply your competence. That's the difference between skilling and being competent. So we look at the people in the labor market to describe for you standards. Now, we started a process of developing a qualifications framework which defines for every occupation or trade what are the levels of competences from the lowest to the highest, defined by the practitioners, not the academicians. Actually, when I did that for the nurses and presented to them what the practitioners had said, they said, but we are not doing this at the institution. So you are doing the right thing, but maybe calling it a wrong name, or you are doing the wrong thing and give it another name altogether. So it's important to address what competences are there. And so the Water Resources Institute needs to track what is in demand, including, yesterday I saw one of the graduates talk about seizing the opportunity. Talk to those people who graduated 5 years ago. How have they put this into practice? And therefore you work out how often should we be looking at what you are doing at the Water Resources Institute. Otherwise it become irrelevant. And I think in the previous session, as I used to say, we are very vibrant. We don't want to drive business and so on. So you need to track the demands of the labor market and go on. But let me also say, there was a presenter who said, what we are doing at the Water Resources Institute is relatively narrow because we are training people who have graduated already. But she said, building competences starts right from home. You also alluded to it in your remarks. So, as a Water Resources Institute, we should also bear in mind that while we do this for people already employed, graduates, how about those out there who are delivering services on water and environment? How can we tap this also? Is there special programs that we can have for them so that become inclusive, including, as I said, people with disabilities? I know we have transitioned from giving that category of people different terms. Some of them are derogatory and so on. But the Employment Act of 2006, which I'm very much aware of because I also chaired the Labor Advisory Board at the Ministry of Gender, defines disability. And we know that today we are required not only to talk about gender and youth, but also our disabilities. And disabilities are defined there in many ways, not only physical, not only mental, but it's wide. So I would invite you to look at the definitions in the Employment Act of, I think, I'm not sure that it has already been amended, but we need to pursue that and pursue it. Yesterday also there was a presentation from an engineer from Burundi, and he said, as we talk about water delivery and environment services, we should not forget about the water source. We are looking at supplies, water delivery services, but are we focusing on the water source, where the water originates? I think as the Water Resources Institute, as part of our a component in our training, we should have retired professionals, people with experiences, to include the issues of water sources, the origin of water, where the water comes from. I think by and large we have not been paying so much attention to it. Finally, Dr. Kalis, I think somebody talked about the Meteorology Training Institute there. So the Water Resources Institute needs also to collaborate with similar institutions, because water and meteorology are closely linked, and climate and environment and so on. So the collaboration between the institute and other similar institutions, either in the sector or in another sector, is extremely important in my view. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That was very insightful. Thank you very much, our senior, and that is very, very critical insight, also taking us to standard operating of procedures for the institute. I think that is very pertinent. Over to you, sir, for the next submission. In terms of when you look at where we are, what can be made relevant, and also indicate what could be missing, like your senior has already said, what could be missing to make an impactful Water Resources Institute. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. And as I had already indicated, I addressed some of the issues. So, one, truly the Water Resources Institute has done a lot of work, and its work is being appreciated already, as you heard from a number of speakers since the beginning of the week, especially as it culminated into some ceremony yesterday. I may not need to so much dwell on that now, but I think I may wish to raise the missing links in as far as the ATMs are concerned, the ATMs, and I'm taking on the last letter, science. We've talked so much about science, and we are doing a lot of work in that area. Part of the work is on research. But as I already mentioned, there seems to be still some gap between our propagation, our talk so much about science, technology, and innovation, and in terms of the framework, our national framework, how are we so coordinated? Could you once, maybe in a click or in a minute, you go to some system, click, you say, I want to see who is doing maybe mutation breeding in some point, in some crop, say banana or potatoes. It may take you time to do that. So I think we have missing in our national science and technology and innovation, we have a missing link as far as the national policy and institutional framework is concerned. Well, we have the means of science and technology. Now they call it a means of innovation. I mean, science and innovation. That's true, which is good. That's very good. So we still seem to have that gap. So my recommendation would be, one, for the institute, you still need to benchmark. I'd already mentioned that issue earlier on. Benchmark with the similar institutions. Two, three, I think we really need, if we have to get gains, and also you as an institute, Water Resources Institute, you need to think broadly now in terms of the national perspective. Maybe we put it in the mainstreaming activities, like capacity building. We should do mainstream. There should be a mainstream kind of policy. In my submission yesterday, no, on Wednesday, the slot on science, technology, capacity building, I mean innovation and capacity building, but focusing on one method of transferring science, technology, innovation, and capacity building. We are focusing on a program by the International Atomic Energy Agency, the Technical Cooperation Program. It has a lot of highlights, and probably at one point, we could borrow some of the models on how it is managing, how it is transferring science. And there are, at the moment, there are about 50 African countries which are benefiting from that framework. So really, there is a lot that we need. So you need to mainstream. Then lastly, I think there is a question of quality assurance. The question of quality assurance as we undertake these programs. True, one of the quality assurances is to give exams and probably award papers, certificates. I don't think that's where it should stop. How do you have a follow-up program? That will strengthen your capacity, and even it will attract others. Because if you have a robust system, you take in, you flush out, what follows? I think I can stop on that.
Thank you so much. I was just like in a movie theater. So every point was making a difference, and my hand was just taking notes. Thank you very much for that wisdom. We don't take it for granted. And also we thank the Lord that has kept you up to this far, that you're able to share with the transgenerational panelists that are here. We don't take that for granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next to you is somebody whose age is, I think, 3 factorial to get to you. So let's hear from the young scientist, next seated to a senior atomic energy scientist. Can you imagine what we have on the panel? So,
I'm not a scientist, but I managed the program. I was a program manager.
I am the one baptizing you as a scientist because whatever I was writing was science.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So, young lady in the ministry, can you take on what you think is the missing link in making impactful, transformative actions by the Water Resources Institute? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rosmita. If we are to talk about a missing link, first of all, I want to appreciate Madam Gwendolyn and her team. They've really done a great job. Sometimes in case you have to try to scratch your head and really you see what is missing. you might really see that it is just a matter of building on what is existing already. Being a member of the graduate mentorship program, whereby I was attached to one of the refugee camps in Shangwali as a graduate trainee, here whereby we really got exposed, we're able to apply in our theoretical knowledge into the practical skills. It was so great feeling like a wash engineer. You know, you feel like a boss. Maybe what I can just speak about on what the Institute can do is just building in more capacity. Just as what Ms. Sandra was saying earlier, that missing link with the private sector. We have there have been a lot of partnership with the NGOs where we have been attached, but maybe in case they can also tap into these private sectors, especially those ones dealing in the water sector, so that more youths can be absorbed into these programs, because these programs are already in existence, and currently we have 175 graduates who have benefited so far in this program. So maybe in case they can tap on these other different partners where they can engage with them and be able to engage the youths to be deployed in also these different sectors and be able to get in this knowledge. So it is most of just broadening up the partnership. Then maybe also we can talk about breathing in the aspect of the feedback loop, because in case we are to talk about inclusion, we need to know really what are the challenges. Basically, as a trainee, the other time I got to interact with a lot of my different colleagues from who were attached in different institutions, and we realized we had different knowledge. You get? So because previously we were actually told that the institute had in a program whereby they could reshuffle. Maybe you've trained from this particular place, they take you to another one. It didn't happen in my lot. I feel like they should continue up with that, because now it will also help in getting in variety of knowledge, which can help in the sector. So in case we can exchange in this knowledge between one another, and we can be able to apply it into the practical sense. Then maybe on the aspect of the innovative financing, yeah, really Madam Gwendolyn does a lot of work with her team, because really you find that they try to reach out to these NGOs. Personally, for us, we're financed under UNICEF. So this is just mostly a call for different partners to come and support, because now this is really a great thing benefiting not only the institute, because anything to deal with water and environment, it is affecting everyone. Maybe you are not necessarily in the science field, in the art field, public health. There's nothing you can do without water, even in the industrial side of it. So it is just a call upon maybe like these different other sectors, government agencies, to come up and to support in the Water Resources Institute, because there is a lot already being done. We have looked at the thematic areas where they're looking at the applied research, applied trainees, outreaches, dialogue, and from these outreaches we can focus on the inclusion. Engineer was talking about how best we can tap in on these people who are in the water surfaces, but maybe they don't have the academic qualification, but they're in these sectors. So through these outreaches, maybe they can have in a way of reaching out to them, so that everything is fully encompassed. Yeah, so I will just conclude by thanking you so much for the great opportunity. Big thanks to the Water Resources Institute, Madam Gwendolyn and your team. I'm so much grateful. Right now, I can say that in case like most of us who have been retained there, others that have not been able, but at least you get, in case you tell me, Maureen, can you do this? I can design systems, you get, and I can really say that I'm a full engineer. So thank you so much for the opportunity. God bless you all.
Thank you so much for that inspiring presentation. Next is my dear sister, Caroline.
Yes, just picking it from what she was submitting. I like the fact that now we have the young people also at the institute. And we need that, the young, the youth, because of where the world is taking us. Technology is leaving us, the old ones, behind. So we need these people to actually drive us. They're the future. So my name is Caroline. I work with Pearl Bank. I head public sector. Public sector is basically government business. And my question, though she didn't read it.
Yeah. No, please go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, because you had promised that you would be,
earlier, so
Madam Caroline.
Yes.
The reason I didn't read the question is because you had booked to speak.
Okay.
Yes, so I give you the floor to speak out your mind in line with what you promised to speak. Thank you.
My question was turning towards how private sector participation can unlock funding in the Water Resource Institute. But you can read it. You can read the question for the participants.
If you want me to do that. Yes. Okay, the question, colleagues, here is that as a banker and at the same time representing the private sector, what are some of the innovations that you think the Water Resources Institute could adopt to attract the private sector into its activities and also to increasing funding, which you had already promised and set a landscape for it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So, one, the Water Resources Institute can position itself as a business-friendly, innovative-driven, and value-creating partner. Those are huge words, but I'll break it down to just let you know how. One, as at the private sector, we like things that are clear and want to see money at the end of it. So one is develop market-ready research products and commercialization. Market-ready. I hope I'm speaking to people here. Yes. So I want to give you an example. The Ministry of Water, together with civil society, that is World Vision, came up with a rural water access. And there is this association called Kadwama in Kamwenge district. These guys came together and said our biggest problem is access to clean water. And they get their water from boreholes. Ladies and gentlemen, as we speak now, because there is that framework at the policy level, it's there. At the district level, there's a buy-in. There was a launch recently. As we speak now, access to water is 99% in that area because the association came together and formed an association. They are able to access financing from the banks and repair the boreholes real time. And the community now is paying for this water. I said it earlier on, the resource envelope is shrinking. The community needs to be motivated to find ways of making money. I know a village in Rukunjiri, I hear, every market day somebody has to have something to take to the market. If you're in that household, you don't have anything to take to the market, it becomes a concern. So we have to change the mindset of people, encourage people to make money so that they can have access to these things. Two, we say establish a water data place. Guys, data is money. And actually banks, insurances can access, even entities can access this data at a fee. Data is money, and data helps us to form decisions. Yeah? So establish a water data database that banks and other entities can access. I am sure you're already doing this, but I don't know. Establish a water innovation and technology hub. I don't know whether we have incubation programs for water entrepreneurs. So that is another area where we can get these water entrepreneurs, get trained from the institute so that they can access funding from the financial institutions. And then another one is, I think they alluded to it, Engineer alluded to it, that is introducing certificates and capacity building programs. Now, this time, it's not capacity building for civil servants or the civil society, but I'm telling you, until I got closer to water, I did not understand water. Every time they thought of water, I would be looking at my brother, Dr. Amayo, thinking it's national water. And I'm telling you, all of us, when they talk of water, they think it's national water. But it's not national water. It's more than that. Yeah. So draw for us some programs that you can bring back so that we come to appreciate. And even when we are writing down these other deals, say writing a deal, when you're writing a deal in the water sector, you understand the sector better. So if you can design a program for these entities, for us who are in the private sector, to come and appreciate water, and we can also pick opportunities that are actually business in that sector. So that for me is very key. And then lastly, we can't leave this room without talking about finance. And I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we can ride on the Water Resources Institute to mobilize concessional blended financing. I'm talking this out of experience. We've done this with other CSOs, but I think the Water Resources Institute is best placed to mobilize blended finance for water projects. That is one. We've talked about green bonds, impact investments, guarantees, name it. This entity is well positioned. It's government owned and it has credibility. People will listen to the Water Institute more than an NGO that is out there saying, I have funds, I want you to channel funds for onward lending for this sector. So that is one thing. And I'm happy that Doctor and the bank and myself, we've already started discussions on how we are going to support water in schools. We've talked about it, we've come up with a concept note, and now it's time to action. At the end of it all, we will still have to get a funder who is out. We know that right now funders are not giving out free money. It's not there. They will tell you, most of them are coming through and saying, let's channel this money through a financial institution and then have it as a revolving fund so that many people can have access to this fund. I am happy we're already having that conversation. Maybe by the next Water Week, we will showcase what schools have benefited, and by God's grace, we'll get in some millions of dollars here for us to run with our programs. I thank you.
Wow, that is very, very, very inspirational. I just picked, and I can say in the wrap-up that this is about stretching the dollar with private sector-led return on investment. Thank you. Lastly, my dear friend Lillian, please take your submission. Still, you're free to think about what you want to talk about, because we have had this fruitful engagement. But also, you can speak in line with the fact that we are looking at inclusivity of the youth and women and vulnerable groups, as which we are calling disabled groups, in the management and development of water resources. So what are those areas that you think should be emphasized by the Water Resources Institute to have that aspiration achieved? Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Rosmita. And I'm standing between you and lunch, not so? Not forgetting the afternoon session that will have to take this space. But allow me to start at the fundamental point of when we talk about inclusivity. Since morning, and especially in line with the theme of this particular Uganda Water and Environment Week, we need to look at it from the point of shared decision making, strengthening capacities of those involved, but most importantly, removing the structural barriers for the target groups we are talking about. Many times we are coming, and I like the keynote speakers' discussion this morning. They have pointed us to some of the individual barriers that are affecting the people who come in the participation space. Someone comes in this conference but doesn't have the confidence to ask a question. We need to be able to take it back to the level of beyond participation and coming to the point of representation. What capacity are we putting in the individuals to be able to speak, to be able to air opinions that relate with the constituencies that they are representing? I think that is very, very important. And for the sake of the Water Resources Institute, I want to believe that you still work together with the Ministry of Water and Environment. But I want to think about you in the lens of how we see parastatals. They have affiliate mother ministries, but they're still able to go out as entities and negotiate for resourcing from the financials. So we need to be able to grow out of the ministry as Water Resources Institute and go out and seek financing based on the services and products we can offer out there. That being said, when we speak about the structural barriers, I want to speak about it in the lens of a professional young engineer like, she could actually be my daughter, factors remaining constant. In her career path, we know the experiences that she will go through in the first cycle of 5 years, 10 years. So that check-in is highly, highly recommended, that you are not graduating the mentorship batches and letting them go out, but also pursuing their career path. I was very lucky in my professional growth, and thanks to Engineer Mayo in our midst, they shaped our path, and they helped us to be able to ground ourselves in the water sector. Thank you so much, and all those with you, Engineer Mayo, behind you. But that being said, we have to learn to pay it forward. If you have gone through the mentorship program, take it upon yourself to set some individual objectives to grow and pay it forward for someone else, and that's the way we can have succession plans with confidence that things can continue. So I've come from the area of strengthening governance to the area of strengthening the financing modalities. Last but by no means least, these things, we can talk about them and they look very nice, but we have to also have some measurable indicators. We should come away from speaking about it from the number of women, 35, 46, to the part of those who have grown from the junior level to senior level, outcome-based to transcend from output-based. Thank you so much. I want to pause it there, and if there are any questions, I'll take them.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, my dear panelists, and also thanks that you helped me to manage time. We promised that we would be done at exactly 1:30, and we have only used 7 extra minutes. So I thank you so much, because when you have a panel that helps you to manage time, for me, that is the biggest credit that I can give. Colleagues in the audience, please give a big clap to my panelists that have been able to synthesize the background presentations from the video and my lived experience, which I chipped in illegally. And they were able to give us very, very fruitful insights. And so on this note, I would like to do a check-in as far as the program is concerned. I would like to know whether we have the Permanent Secretary Representative that will be giving us a closing remark. I'm just doing a check-in. Dr. Callis, do we have somebody going to give us a closing remark for this session? Okay, great. Thank you very much. That makes my work very simple. That now, my dear panelists, I think would like to end it here. The points have been taken. We were given up to 1:30, and so we used extra 7 minutes, which I think is not so bad. Normally the protocol is that we shall take a group photo And then the rest, I leave it to our coordinator, Madam Gwendolyn. So the people in charge of the group photo, please. Yeah, okay. And so meanwhile, as that happens, our closing remark representative, I invite you to, they have to go down? Okay. Use the mic, use the mic. Yeah, the team, this is the beautiful team that is managing the Water Resources Institute. Yeah, for protocol.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's thank our moderator, Dr. Rosemita Birungi, and our panelists. They have given us good feedback, and I hope that the rapporteurs have captured them. Engineer Mayo, as they say, nature doesn't allow a vacuum, as you always know. So I would like to invite you in your capacity as Deputy Managing Director for National Water and Sewage Corporation. There are many people who have been hearing about you. And I want you to use this moment to say a few words, especially to our young people, as you close this session. Over to you, Engineer Mayo.
Okay. As a political engineer, I think the political aspect always makes us to be ready to talk any time. And it is not proper to always to say that I've been caught by surprise. Well, politicians can never be caught by surprise. Although I'm not in politics yet, I want to observe all protocol. Mine is just to make closing remarks on behalf of the managing director, rather the permanent secretary of Ministry of Water and Environment. I'm Engineer Johnson Amayo. I'm a deputy managing director in charge of technical services, but I'm also a member of top policy of the ministry, so I understand what goes on. Today, one of the activities we have had is to appreciate the role of the Water Resources Institute in shaping advancement of wash as a whole, as part of the contribution that they can make in terms of capacity development. And the whole of this week we have been talking about, one of the things we have been discussing is the role of water and environment in achieving the 10-fold growth strategy. And that strategy cannot be achieved if we don't look at the aspect of capacity, the human resources capacity, and as a minimum input or output, what the Water Resources Institute is achieving is striving to achieve is that capacity building, which is very necessary if we have to take this country further. So I want to appreciate, in the first place, the crafters of this institute, which started as a novel thing, but we can see today that the institute has grown and its impact can be seen. And I want to believe the forum which we are having, the Water and Environment Week, is actually a product, one of those products arising out of this institute. So I want to thank the crafters of this. I think we need to give a round of applause for them. And in today's discourse, I found the discussions in the middle, but I picked a few things. One of the things was how the Water Resources Institute can be able to attract private financing or financing from whatever source. And one of the suggestions which they shared was the issue of you having to look at the product, which research-based products which are ready for, which can be picked by the private sector. So that's something we need to take into consideration amid these other products that you may think about. The Water Resources Institute, I know, also provides an opportunity to preserve knowledge. I heard you talking about Engineer Mayo. I think that one of the intentions is to keep people like us visible in forums like this. So we also want to appreciate this whole idea of trying to make sure knowledge in the water sector is not just lost, but it can be used in partnering with the younger generation. Old is gold, but also new things are very good. So this mix, intergenerational mix, which the Water Resource Institute is trying to advance, is also a key thing to reckon. I want to appreciate the presenters, the panel discussants, for the time that you took to share good ideas which can advance this course further. I want to appreciate the ministry as a whole, our country, Uganda, for providing the enabling environment that we can have a discourse like this. I want to appreciate the participants. It takes interest for people to come and share, and that is to show there's some value addition which the Institute is providing. So those are the things I can be able to share from my heart. I want to thank all of you for listening to me. I've said this for God and my country. Thank you.
Let's give a big applause to the political engineer. He's warming up for politics, so the people in West Nile wait for him. He's already creating good ground for it. We shall see him in Parliament, and hopefully we'll come back to be our Minister of Water and Environment. So, Engineer Mayo, the future is very bright. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this session. We want to thank you for the feedback. The coordinator and the team have captured all of this. The Institute is a running center, and we will continue running. So continue being part of it. As you have seen, everybody has a place to be. We always call it no man's land, that anybody will go there and feel comfortable. So those who are not yet part of the Institute's activities, especially the young people, the ball is in your court. Dr. Bob, you have heard, I'm sure you have heard, that the meteorological school should collaborate with the Institute better. So I think the director of the school and the rest of the team, Gwendolyn, you start from there. I know you have been doing some work, but people want to see more. So let's continue taking advantage of the synergies that we can create and also the engagements we can have. So we are going for lunch. We are going to have a short lunch, so make sure that you go and grab lunch. Some people are already taking lunch. So let's go for lunch. And we should be able to return by around 2:30 when we shall have a formal closing ceremony for the Uganda Water and Environment Week. So I want to wish you an enjoyable lunch. So please come back very fast so that we can welcome the guest of honor and have our closing ceremony. And those who are supposed to prepare for it, please prepare very well so that we are ready to start. And we are going to have a televised event, so we need to make sure that we are well set so that the cameras don't capture us when we are disorganized. So thank you very much. Let's go for lunch and wish you all the best.